You
Yes,
tell me
ma'am.
when
You
to
can
start.
start. Yes, you
Okay.
can start now.
Okay, fine, ma'am. At the
लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग
outset,
करता है ना?
Oh.
At the outset, I would like to quote Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam: "Excellence is a continuous process and not an accident." Honorable President of the session, Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director of Gokhale Education Society, Nashik, esteemed Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society, Nashik, and Zonal Secretary, Mumbai, Dr. Mrs. S.V. San, distinguished Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Dr. Vijay Gusavi, International Management Consultant, Pune, esteemed Principal and Conference Secretary, Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, respected Vice Principal and Convener of the conference, Dr. Mahesh Auti, distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars, and participants who have joined us from across the country through this virtual platform. A very warm and a pleasant morning to one and all. This inspiring thought reminds us that academic excellence is achieved through sustained efforts, intellectual discipline, and a constant commitment to innovation. Research, therefore, is not a one-time achievement, but a continuous journey of inquiry, reflection, and refinement. In today's rapidly evolving knowledge landscape, interdisciplinary collaboration becomes essential in addressing complex societal challenges and emerging issues. It is with great pride and privilege that I welcome you all to the one-day national multidisciplinary web conference on interdisciplinary innovations in research methodology, understanding a transforming society and its emerging issues. Organized by International Quality Cell of Gokhale Education Society, Sri Bhausha Bartak Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali West, Mumbai. The theme of this conference is particularly significant in the 21st century, where knowledge systems are rapidly evolving and disciplines are increasingly interconnected. In such a dynamic academic environment, interdisciplinary research becomes essential to understanding complex societal realities and emerging global challenges. Though we are connected virtually today, the spirit of scholarship and intellectual exchange unites us beyond physical boundaries. Your gracious online presence makes this national academic gathering truly meaningful. To invoke the blessing of the Almighty and begin this academic journey on auspicious note, let us now proceed with the Society song. I request our technical team to play Gokhale Education Society song. Technical team, yeah.
Sani re, re ga ma pa, ma ga re sa, pa ma ga re sani re, re ga ma pa, ma ga re sa. Gokhale Education Society, Gokhale Education Society, navya disha, nave swapna jeevan drushti, navya disha. नवे स्वप्न जीवन दृष्टि गोखले एजुकेशन सोसायटी Education Society, Gokhale Education Society. नव्या दिशा नवे स्वप्न जीवन दृष्टी, नव्या दिशा नवे स्वप्न जीवन दृष्टी. गोखले एज्युकेशन सोसायटी, गोखले एज्युकेशन सोसायटी, गोखले एज्युकेशन सोसायटी.
Thank you. Now I request the technical team to play Isha's Thaval.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला, या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता, या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा, या श्वेतपद्मासना, या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः दैवै सदा वन्दिता, सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती, निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you for this soulful beginning. I now request our principal, respected principal and conference secretary, Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome the gathering. Over to you, madam. Good day, madam.
Not connected.
Yeah, she's connected.
Okay.
Madam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Madam, my camera is not working. Okay, I will start, madam.
Okay,
yes,
madam. Yes,
yeah, yes,
you
ma'am.
can
No
proceed,
issues.
madam.
Yes,
Huh.
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, respected dignitaries. Honorable President of today's national webinar, Dr. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director. Honorable Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, sir. International Management Consultant, esteemed resource person for plenary session, distinguished delegates, researcher, academician, administrator, my colleagues, and dear students.
Final warning.
It is my immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you on behalf of Gokhale Education Society's Shri Bhauseb Vartak College, Borivali, Mumbai. As we are organizing one-day national webinar on interdisciplinary innovations in research methodology, understanding a transforming society and its emerging issues. It is my immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt welcome to all of you. Our hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You're audible.
you can
Okay.
continue, madam.
Okay. Today mark a significant milestone in the journey of educational progress, and it is truly an honor to be here with such an esteemed group of educators, researchers who share a common vision for the future of Indian education. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our President, Honorable Dr. Dipti Deshpande Madam, Secretary Treasurer and HR Director of Gokhale Education Society for her exceptional leadership and guidance in growth of our institution. Honorable Madam has played an instrumental role in shaping the future of education in our region, and her efforts continue to inspire all of us. I express the warm welcome to President Honorable Dipti Deshpande Madam for this inaugural function and plenary session 1. I also extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest and keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Vijay Gosavi sir, who is an eminent international management consultant, eminent speaker, and expert in the field of management. Our heartfelt welcome goes to our eminent resource persons, Professor Dr. Vinay Joshi, Head Department of Mathematics and Director of IQSC, Savitribai Phule Pune University. Dr. Chakradev and Dr. Amit Dhorde, a renowned educationalist whose impactful contribution to the field of education has been widely recognized. I welcome all of you, my colleagues, dear participants, researchers, and dear students. Now, our society, Gokhale Education Society, was established in 1918 by the veteran social worker, late Principal T.A. Kulkarni, on the third death anniversary of Namdar Gopal Krishna Gokhale. The society is managed by dedicated teachers and has established many educational institutions, both in the urban as well as in rural areas of the state of Maharashtra. The society runs more than 140 educational institutions consisting of research centers, degree colleges, junior colleges, secondary schools, primary schools, and pre primary schools, and other allied institutes. These learning centers cater to the educational need of around 1,25,000 students from different sections of the society, with the cooperation and inspiring involvement of about 3,000 teaching and non teaching staff members. Gokhale Education Society is imparting quality education at the affordable cost in these centers. Besides these centers at Nasik, Borivali, Parel, Girgaon, Sangamner, and Srivardhan, Gokhale Education Society has its learning and research centers at Bordi, Talasari, Kosbad, and Jawar for the upliftment of social backward and underprivileged Adivasi community. Now, the Bhausap Vartak, our college, Gokhale Education Society established this Arts, Commerce and Science College at Borivali West in June 1979. The college was thereafter renamed as Gokhale Education Society Sri Bhausap Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College on 19th February 1990. It is permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai and reaccredited by NAC. Our college has completed 46 years of its fruitful existence. It has received ISO 9001-2015 certification for its systems and efficient governance. The mission of the college is to build strong group of young people with discipline and character to make our society proud of them and to develop the multifaceted personality of our student. Beside the regular degree programs in arts, commerce, college conducts also self-finance programs like Bachelor of Management Studies, Bachelor of Science, IT, that is BSc IT, BCom with Banking and Insurance, BCom with Accountancy and Finance, and MCom Advanced Accountancy. All these programs are affiliated to the University of Mumbai. Now, also the near about our junior and senior college, the total strength is near about 4,000, and we are also running government the skill development program under the government scheme. Our today's research methodology webinar will give the students and researcher thinking critically, questioning boldly, designing ethically, and contributing the meaningful to the society. We have honored to have eminent resource person who will illuminate our path with their expertise and experience. Therefore, your online presence makes this webinar intellectually vibrant and purposeful. To all participants, you are not just attendees, your future contribution to the knowledge, policy, innovation, and social change. May today spark new ideas, collaborations, and research journey. Let us make this webinar interactive, insightful, and inspiring. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you. Let us begin with the journey of inquiry, exploration, and excellence. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your inspiring and encouraging words. Your guidance continues to light our path and motivate us to strive for excellence. I now invite Dr. Mahesh Auti, Vice Principal and Convener of the conference, to brief us about the objective of this one-day National Web Conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. President of today's inaugural function and plenary session 1 of this National Multidisciplinary Web Conference, Honorable Dr. Mrs. D.P. Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director, Gokhale Education Society, Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Honorable Dr. Vijay Gosavi, International Management Consultant, Pune, Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society, Honorable Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sun, Principal of this college and Conference Secretary, Dr. Mrs. M.M. Kulkarni, Coordinator of Senior College and Joint Coordinator of this web conference, Dr. Bruna Khobragade, IQSC Coordinator and Coordinator of this conference, Dr. Sushila Yadav, Co-Convener, Dr. Uttam Pawar, members of Organizing Committee, faculty members, delegates from various colleges, and participant student friends. Former Secretary and Director General of Gokhale Education Society, Dr. M.S. Gosavi, always says that a teacher must be a lifelong learner, critical thinker, and leader of change. A good researcher needs to develop the qualities of research and inquiry, creativity and entrepreneurship, and ethical and technical leadership. These qualities need to be developed among the students so as to make them a good researcher, research scholars. And as we know that higher education is an effective tool of social and national transformation, and research is an important domain of the higher education system. Conferences and seminars create a platform and provide us an opportunity to interact with the experts and to encourage the knowledge sharing. Organizing a conference every year on a contemporary, relevant, and significant theme is a tradition and a regular practice of our college. And as a part of this practice, the internal quality assurance cell of our college has organized one day national multidisciplinary web conference on a very significant and a relevant theme of interdisciplinary innovations in research methodology, understanding a transforming society and its emerging issues. This conference brings together the academicians, policymakers, industrial people, corporate experts, research scholars on one platform to foster interactions among themselves and to encourage the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. In the context of today's rapid social development and technological advancement, conventional disciplinary frameworks are insufficient to address the complex social challenges. Therefore, this conference lays emphasis on innovative research methodologies, including advanced computational and digital tools, participatory and action-oriented research, and ethical research practices. This conference highlights on applying interdisciplinary methodologies to emerging issues such as digital governance, sustainability, resilience, public health, social well-being, mental well-being, equity, justice, inclusive approach, and social development. And this conference brings together perspectives from the various disciplines like social sciences, humanities, commerce and management, science and technology, education, environmental studies, psychology, and computer science. And for this conference, I am very happy to inform you that a total number of 25 papers we have received for this conference. And these papers have covered the different dimensions, aspects of the theme of this conference. Today, we have gathered here for the inaugural function and plenary session 1. And we are very fortunate to have Honorable Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande as the president of this function and plenary session 1. Madam has been playing an instrumental role in shaping our society for the future. Madam believes in 3 important principles. The first one is transparent management, academic freedom, and tension-free ambience. And because of these 3 important principles, which Madam believes, and because of these principles, we are getting the opportunity to organize or to carry out the various curricular, co-curricular activities to achieve an academic excellence. So we are very happy that Madam has consented to be the president of this function, and Madam is going to enlighten all of us. So I extend warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande. We are also very fortunate to have Honorable Dr. Vijay Goswami, who is a senior and international management consultant, and who is a student of pioneering batch of MBA, which was started under the visionary leadership and visionary direction of Honorable Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi in BYK College of Commerce in the year 1968. So he is a student of MBA of our society of the year 1968-1970. And Sir is a multi-dimensional personality who is having very rich corporate experience and whose vision is a very broad, and definitely he has consented to be the chief guest and keynote speaker of this plenary session 1, and sir will be guiding us on a very relevant sub-theme, knowledge systems and social transformation in 21st century. So I welcome Honorable Dr. Vijay Goswami. Plenary session 2 will be on the sub-theme research innovations in teaching and learning. And for this, Professor Dr. Vinayak Joshi, who is the director, IQSC Savitribai Phule Pune University, head of the department Computer Science and professor of mathematics, Savitribai Phule Pune University. So Dr. Vinayak Joshi sir has consented to be the resource person for plenary session 2, and he will be guiding us on research innovations in teaching and learning. Plenary session 3 and paper presentation session will be on the sub-theme recent trends in interdisciplinary research. And Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev, who is an associate dean, faculty of interdisciplinary studies, University of Mumbai, and who has consented to be the chairperson and resource person for this session, and has agreed to enlighten us on recent trends in interdisciplinary research. This is the right time. We have to go beyond our conventional disciplines. We have to encourage the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. We have to develop interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach so as to solve the recent or latest social, technological problems. And our NEP 2020 also lays emphasis on multidisciplinary education and interdisciplinary research. So, and for this session, 3 to 4 participants are going to present their papers also. Plenary session 4 and valedictory function will be there. And for this, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, chairperson of Local Education Society, will preside over the valedictory and plenary session 4. And the sub-theme of this plenary session 4 is research ethics in the age of digitalization. And for this plenary session 4 and valedictory, chief guest and resource person is Professor Dr. Amit Dholde, who is a professor and Savitribai Phule Pune. And for the plenary session 4, Dr. Mrs. Sant Madam and Professor Dr. Dholde sir, they will enlighten us on a very relevant and significant sub-theme, that is research ethics in the age of digitalization. The age of digitalization, artificial intelligence, and social media, they have made collection of information very easier and very time-saving, but some ethical practices needed to be followed. Some ethics need to be followed to conduct the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. So, Lorde sir will be focusing on research ethics in the age of digitalization. So, in this way, I have briefed you about the schedule of the entire web conference. And definitely from this conference, our delegates, participants will be getting lot of academic inputs. They will be getting insights to bridge the gap between academics and industry, to bridge the gap between theory and practical. And definitely, this conference will provide fruitful outcomes to our faculty members to enhance the quality of their teaching, learning, and research activity. And this will be the great success of this conference. Once again, I welcome you all for this conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Thank you, sir, for clearly outlining the structure, vision, and academic significance of this conference. Your insightful words have not only highlighted its objectives, but also deepened our understanding of its broader relevance in today's academic discipline. Thank you once again. I now request Dr. Mrunal Khobragade, Coordinator of the Senior College and Conference Joint Coordinator, to introduce the President and Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker for today's inaugural and plenary session 1. Over to you, Khobragade, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Respected all dignitaries and dear participants, it gives me immense pleasure and a profound sense of honor to introduce the president of today's inaugural function, respected Dr. Dipti Deshpande madam. Deshpande madam is currently serving as the secretary and treasurer of Bokle Education Society and as the branch secretary of DYK College, SMRK College. With an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades, she has made extraordinary contributions to higher education, research, academic administration, and institutional development. An accomplished scholar with a strong academic foundation, Deshpande madam holds MCom, MBA in Human Relations from the Indian Council of Management Executives, and PhD. She has also earned a 6 Sigma Yellow Belt certification from Alabama University, USA, reflecting her commitment to quality enhancement and systematic institutional progress. Her academic contributions are remarkable and extensive. She has published over 120 research papers and articles in reputed journals and conferences. She is the author of notable books such as Internet and Marketing, Marketing Management, and Shraddheya, a biography of Principal Dr. Mrs. Sunanda Tai Goswami. She has also been the founder, managing editor of research journal Swayam Prakash. In addition, she has edited more than 45 books. As a dedicated research guide, she has successfully mentored 12 research scholars who have been awarded PhD and MPhil degrees. Her outstanding service has been recognized through numerous prestigious awards, including the Excellent Principal National Award, the Ratnamitra Award, the Asian Admirable Achievers Award, and the Distinguished Best Indian Golden Personality Award. These honors stand as testimony to her unwavering dedication to the field of education. Madam is not only an administrator, but also mentor, researcher, institution builder, and inspiration to countless educators and students. Her leadership continues to shape the academic landscape with integrity, innovation, and excellence. We are deeply privileged to have such an eminent and accomplished personality presiding over this one-day multidisciplinary web conference. With great respect and honor, I warmly welcome Deshpande Madam to preside over this inaugural function. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest for today's inaugural function, respected Dr. Vijay Goswami sir. Goswami sir is an accomplished senior international management and project consultant with over 35 years of rich global experience in corporate management, international marketing, project execution, and economic development. He served for 20 remarkable years as Vice President at Kirloskar Group Consultancy Services. where he successfully led and delivered more than 2,000 projects across diverse sectors. During his tenure, he worked closely with the legendary industrialist Shantanu Rao Kirloskar, representing Indian industry on international platforms and contributing significantly to strategic growth and export expansion. For 15 years, he served as senior expert advisor to the government of Oman, leading high-impact agricultural and industrial development initiatives, including large-scale farming, hydroponic, agri-processing, and sustainability-driven projects that strengthen the Oman's economy. Gosavi sir has also contributed as a consultant to the World Bank across numerous international development projects and served as an associate consultant with Meta, offering insights on corporate strategy and global market expansion. A gold medalist in MBA marketing and a PhD in business administration, he has conducted over 3,000 seminars worldwide, inspiring entrepreneurs and corporate leaders alike. His contributions have earned him several national and international recognitions, including being felicitated by former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh for his outstanding achievements. Beyond his professional excellence, Dr. Gosavi is deeply committed to ethical leadership and spiritual growth, embodying a rare blend of strategic vision and moral values. We are truly honored to have such an eminent personality among us today. Please join me in extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to Dr. Gosavi sir. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the gracious and warm introduction of our esteemed guest. We now move forward and we move towards the most awaited segment of the inaugural session, that is the keynote address. It is my proud privilege to invite our chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, International Management Consultant, Pune, to enlighten us with his valuable insight on the sub-theme Knowledge System and Social Transformation in the 21st Century. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today for this one-day National Wave Seminar on Multidisciplinary Innovation Research Methods. This is Dr. Vijay Gosavi, MBA PhD. I have worked with Kirloskar Group as a consultant and vice president for 20 years. And thereafter, I was invited in Oman by the Majesty for their economic development work and joined the ministry and worked in Oman as a senior advisor expert for 20 years. Travel across the globe over 150 countries for consultancy work. I am approved consultant of World Bank, did a lot of multi-complex problem solving projects in national and international way under the World Bank project. And I was blessed with S.S. Kirloskar, traveled with him a lot of countries, and therefore learning process was very practical side. Then I was felicitated by our Prime Minister because for my economic development contribution to Oman, and as well as received recipient of Gold Medal Award from His Majesty Sultan for economic development of Oman country. In short, a variety of experience, variety of projects, and that has given me some enrichment to pass on my knowledge and thoughts to you people. At the outset, I am very thankful to the organizer of this seminar, particularly Dr. Manjusa Kulkarni, Principal and Chief Convener of this seminar, Dr. Mahesh Avti, who is Vice Principal and the Coordinator, Dr. Khobragade, and Dr. Uttam Pawar. All these people who have taken the efforts to take initiative and organize this seminar, my salute to them, and particularly the Sachin Pawar, who has been media for my thoughts will reach to you with these words, and I am sure that the seminar will be blessed by the Dr. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer of the Gokul Society, as well as Dr. S.V. Santa, Chairman of the Society. Boroli College, I have observed more than 46 years of repetition. And particularly, I know Mahesh Avte, and therefore his contribution to the management sciences and economics, as well as a vice principal organizing various seminars, is very outstanding. Now let us come to our core seminar subject. The changes are so fast in economic development, you say. Rapid changes in social, technological, economic, environmental, and digital, and so many disciplines are so fast that for complex problem, the solution cannot be arrived at the optimum level by using a single discipline. And therefore, in most of the advanced countries, you will find that multidisciplinary approach is very popular. In short, they are using multiple disciplines to arrive at the optimum economical, viable, sustainable solution. Multidisciplinary research method represent a progressive scholarly method, and this approach and the knowledge of several disciplines is combined to solve the problem, and therefore it is arriving at a comprehensive holistic solution for any problem. There are a number of examples which I will quote, but see, just climatic changes. Now, there are so many variables in climatic changes, and giving a forecast for climate is very important, wherein a lot of other disciplines, atmospheric pressure, temperature control, then changes in the total atmosphere, and navigation methods, all this put together, then you can arrive at certain solution that how climatic changes will occur and we can have the forecast. Similarly, in the medical sciences, a treating patient by single discipline is not possible. So there is a diet control, there is a blood pressure and other things, there is a surgeon, there is a physician, there are nurses. That means for getting a solution for any complex problem, it is very necessary that we should adopt this multidisciplinary approach, which will go a long way in giving a holistic and comprehensive sustainable solution. Using instruments of several sciences and discipline for the study issue is known as multidisciplinary research. And when you adopt this technology, there is a lot of innovation because of the interaction. It is a collaborative and coordinated effort so that all scientists or sciences can put to combine together and arrive at the very required solution from all angles. The three words are very important. You should remember. Technical approach is very important. Experimental techniques is very important, and collaborative work are the three key words for the multidisciplinary approach of any research activity. For example, take just the three basic sciences. We have physics, chemistry, and biology. If you take three circles of these three disciplines and make it a cross section of all the three circles, the cross section may give you a different type of approach. For example, you may get a biochemistry, biobiology, or even multiple interaction of chemistry and physics will give you nanotechnology. That means intersection of various disciplines is the part and parcel of this multidisciplinary, which will go a long way. And therefore, this is a very important tool, techniques to be used for solving national level, international level, as well as domestic level, and particularly urban development, public issue. Policy makers are looking for a long-term sustainable solution to adopt the policy for the development of the economy and increasing life standards of the population. Now, the topic of the conference is therefore very relevant, and I congratulate the organizer. Interdisciplinary innovation research method. This is the most important topic of today's world. Why? Now, even in corporate sector, the landscape is changing very fast. You see that different types of the forces that are acting when you work globally are very important. For example, take for the different types of economies. We know America, we know China, we know Germany, we know India, Japan. We are supreme economies because of their super infrastructure, very good technological base, and therefore they have been their consumer base also. They are super powers. Why they are superpower? We have the method. India is in the same race and India has the largest growth potential. American economy, if you consider by the GDP standard, is now 31 trillion is the American economy. You see China is GDP 19 trillion. Germany is 4.7 million. India is 4.2 and Japan is 4. These are the economical developments at global level, and we have to deal with these types of countries in the interaction in technology, interaction in foreign trade, and therefore their rules, regulations, policies, government thinking, legal aspects will have to be seen when we have any complex model will have to be sorted out by multidisciplinary approach, and therefore at global scene also the multidisciplinary combination of research which interacting with different types of tools of different disciplines working together is of paramount importance, and therefore global landscape is changing fast, and therefore adoption of multidisciplinary approach is inevitable, I should say. And now it has been come to India, not in other countries. It was mostly used in advanced countries, but India is not far from India. There are a lot of projects where we find that this type of technologies are used, and out of this, many new ideas of innovation has been emerging out of this. Now, therefore, the issue is expert from diverse fields working collaboratively and investigate complex problems by applying the respective specialization methods to a common research question is multidisciplinary approach for any solving complex problem. Here, the important thing I would like to say that there is a combination of various types of sciences, but there is no overlapping. That means there is no merging. If there is first you have to understand the problem, see the problem from all the angles, and then invite the various disciplines which will work with their own methods independently. So there is no merger. Everyone will work on this particular problem, come out with the solution, and the coordinator at the central level will combine all these conclusions of various disciplines to arrive at a comprehensive solution. So there is independent method of working together, coming to a conclusion for various disciplines which are required for particular complex problem, and then arriving at a combined collaborative solution that is the multidisciplinary, which has got a lot of advantages, and it will merge lot of perks, what we call as the perks of multidisciplinary approach. So for example, this is very important, and it has been used and it has been now accepted as one of the best instrumental tool to arrive at the best solution for any complex problem, particularly at national and international level. Now, complex solution cannot be arrived at single discipline. So there is an error, there is likely to be false, and therefore the flaw has to be reduced, error has to be reduced, and problem has to be seen from all angles, and therefore collaborative effort and complex problem, the multidisciplinary, one of the best characteristics is to use various disciplines which are required for that purpose. Many examples I will quote and give some of the case studies later. Innovative solution. You see, there are a lot of professionals and experts from different disciplines and scientists are working together. As a result of this interaction, innovative ideas come. As I say, biotechnology, biochemistry. Now, these are the combinations of various sciences which will emerge into different types of innovation, and the solution can be arrived at a very fast way. So it is a characteristic of this type of multidisciplinary working together. It's fostering innovation. Then a comprehensive understanding. Many times the problem is not understood, and then you see most of the infrastructure, you built a road and then you see there is electricity, and then again they dig the road, and so many things are coordinated not properly. It will cost you, and therefore solution cannot be very competitive. And therefore, a comprehensive looking at the problem is possible only with this type of methodology adopted for solving the problem. This also enhances the collaboration. People working together have to understand each other, working, communication, teamwork, and therefore it always fosters enhanced cooperation and collaboration between the scientists or the experts required for solving this problem. Addressing the real world problem is most important. Therefore, this can be only arrived at using multidisciplinary innovative system. Then reduce the error, as I said. Objectively, we can look at the objects. Sometimes you see somebody has his own expertise and he will work on that and arrive at the solution. No, only pathology cannot give you all the results of your body, but then it has to be understood by the physician, it has to be understood by the surgeon, it has to be understood by the dietitian, and therefore the combination will work, and therefore the consumer or the most of the important is the complex situation will be properly solved. Therefore, the objective is very required. Sometimes a person has his own system and requirement. So, in that case, that bias of self-interest as well as the collaborative effort will be adjusted so that there is no error in this thing. Therefore, create a faster joint effort so the time is reduced. Then blending of expertise together produce a very impactful solution and analysis. This is very important, that we have to understand the other people together, working together, and therefore it has definitely a different advantage. So plenty of room for skill development. When you adopt the multidisciplinary approach, naturally you have to interact with the people, and therefore automatically the skill development. Suppose I am a scientist and doing on chemistry, but I have to interact with the physician. Then ultimately this type of interaction, there is that other science also you can know, the angle can be also seen from that angle, and therefore there is a lot of room when you adopt a multidisciplinary approach to enhance your skill. Therefore, innovation is a byproduct of multidisciplinary approach, and ultimately it is enhancing the results. Public health, if you take in Corona, so many things, and the vaccination, so many disciplines work together for years and months. And therefore, the combination, the testing, the skin specialists, the blood specialists, the physicians, the vaccination, the effect, impact, so many research put together, then that vaccine. And then it is a miracle happen that we all seen that Corona, it totally eradicated because of this combined multiple disciplinary efforts to develop vaccine. When you go through this, there are some limitations because sometimes the expert ego comes into the way, or sometimes the time taken is more because of the more and more meetings. But these tools are very important, and the most important discipline across this is the management, because the person who is handling this, I will quote some of the good case studies, will understand this point very well. The teamwork fostering, then patient listening, without any conflict, maintaining the harmony, coming to the result of every discipline, and then combine discussions to arrive at the optimal solution is most important skill. And therefore, management of multidisciplinary approach coordination is of highly important, particularly in the context of global, national, and international complex problem, where multidisciplinary is most important approach to coordinate the things. And therefore, for example, study of urban development, you require a lot of other disciplines: sociology, community habits, environment science, pollution, irrigation, urban planning, designing of housing. So everyone expert from this will come with his own solution, and then a totality effect can be given. Now, if you consider the importance and prerequisite of this, we have lot of areas where we have to see that when you adopt the approach, we have some other things to see. Now, if you see the result of various methods adopted, in particular the research methodology, we see the hypothesis, then collect the data, primary data, secondary data, analyze the data, put into different forms and make a report. But this can be a one discipline of looking at the research. But here the characteristic, see, one is the empirical research where it is based on observation. Second is the logical research, requires a sound decision making, and on that basis you can take these are unilateral. Critical, cyclical research is start from the end, problem to the end, and see that the problem is sorted out, but it is again a unilateral. Analytical is very important use of proven methods. Like I given the pathological, the proven methods to understand what is the cholesterol level, etc. So this is called analytical. But most important is multidisciplinary. So when we see empirical, logical, cyclical, analytical, critical, the most important sixth discipline and characteristic of research is multidisciplinary, which has been accepted all over the world, and it is required particularly for the problem of complex nature. Now, I always see which are the areas of future. When we talk about this type of seminar, we have to give the direction that what is, today we are talking in 2026, what will happen in 2050, which are the areas where this type of research are needed. There is a potential, there is a need for innovation, and at the top level, we can see the education is the most important, which I will consider later. But I have identified myself some of the potential areas where this multidisciplinary approach and innovative research is important. First is AI. Artificial intelligence is which is coming in a very big way. But ethics, it can be used in the most productive way, it can be used, misused also. So ethics in AI is the area where this multidisciplinary approach and research is needed. Climate and environment, these are the very important policies at a global level. Even for our agriculture purpose, we need climatic conditions and educate our farmers. What time he should harvest, what time he should make seeding, what time. All this is important. Climatic changes are very important. And therefore, cyclones are coming. So this is the area where climate and environment need multidisciplinary approach in the future. Then renewable energy. We are talking about wind energy. We are talking about solar energy. And therefore, energy innovation, and therefore, how it will be stored, how it will be generated, how it will be used. We are talking about, electrical cars. Therefore, renewable energy is very important field for the multidisciplinary approach in next 25 years. Biometrical engineering for new technology. Technology is changing so fast that the technological forecast becoming very difficult. This becomes complex, and therefore, unless you interact with different types of discipline and then come to a conclusion, sort of a technological forecast, and biochemical and engineering is very important field to create. Cyber security. We have now the screen time of every person, or even in the school and colleges, we see is increasing. People are using this mobile, and there are a lot of transactions of banking and digitalization. At the same time, the crime has increased. Therefore, to understand this and control, we have to have a sort of a very good multidisciplinary research on this cyber security and privacy. Then comes the space science, which is perhaps everyone knows in NASA and other people are working. There are a lot of things, physics, chemistry, astrology, medical sciences, training from the people. The space research is totally different field wherein so many disciplines are required and blended and combined to arrive at the final solution, how we will act on the space situation. Automation impact and changes. Because of the automation and technology, there is a loss of job, or the labor market is changing. And therefore, it is very important that automation impact and job market needs a multidisciplinary approach to arrive at the proper solution. Global health security. This is very important. And as I already quoted examples of COVID-19, people are now working on medical sciences, and you see the spurt in the development of hospital, health requirement, healthcare, and all physicians. Therefore, after Corona, I think there is total awareness, and this field is quite open, and it is very expanding fast. Therefore, global health security, and particularly the pandemic which are coming, we need multidisciplinary approach to forecast and prepare for this. And most important is education. Education is changing very fast. Now people are practically working on computer and mobile. Students, virtual technology is coming. AI application has come. Then training and retraining is important. It is very hybrid education. Now my granddaughter is now just graduated from Monash University, Australia, and while completing her engineering in information technology and robotics and AI, she has also got her MBA degree. So this is a hybrid. A engineering person can take management. A science person can go for commerce. Economics, these are the interchangeable various subjects, and therefore new education policy also there, that we should not go for only one side. They can be combination. He is studying commerce and he has a chemistry. So this type of innovative technology and methods in education, that there will be a lot of this. Education is the main field where multidisciplinary approach and research will be used for better and better enhancement in the education and training our new generation for better leadership and better application of their respective field. That is very important. Now coming to some of the examples, and I have my own research on this. One is I worked in the Oman for one project. The project is World Bank sponsored, very complex project. There is a problem of salination of Oman. There is a lot of agriculture in Oman. People say it is a desert. No, there are 12 million date palm trees across the coast, and that is the major production in agriculture. Plus, there are some greenhouses. Now, there are 100,000 wells having sweet water, and people are extracting. The major problem there was having a green fodder, because goats and camel are most important sort of a area where they are covering this, and therefore they require a green fodder, and therefore cultivation of fodder becomes the most important, and it is sold at a very premium price. Now cultivation of fodder requires a lot of water. Like in India, we require more water for the sugar cane, and therefore the very scarce resource water was used for this fodder, and they are exporting the fodders at a very high price, but they are exporting good water, and therefore His Majesty Sultan appointed multidisciplinary expert committee, and this solved this problem. And we come across that this fodder cultivation is consuming water, and therefore water extraction is more, and therefore seawater is entering into the well, and therefore the salination problem has started. So we decided to study in the multidisciplinary type and came to a conclusion that fodder cultivation will be restricted to only 1 hectare for every farmer for his own goat, and rest has to be abandoned and no export. This has resulted into 6,000 hectares of land available for different cultivation, and fodder is totally abandoned. And then we searched in the south where there was another source of water supply. And therefore, there we got about 14 wells. Every well has a 2 kilometers distance, so that the strata is not developed and not disturbed. And therefore, this 6,000 acres fodder, there has to be a compensation for this. So that was cultivated in south of Oman, where the water source was tapped, and therefore that water source is used. This is 14 kilometer by 12 kilometer, a big farm, which I was leader for this implementation of the World Bank project. And that problem is solved. So fodder cultivation at the Bathina coast, where salination was taking place, was totally avoided. Exotic crops and greenhouses and cucumbers and tomatoes, all these things cultivated, so they get better results for that, better price for that. And the salination problem is not only reduced, but the substitute product. Therefore, the fodder cultivation is not hampered. No such problem you can imagine. I am just giving you short. How many disciplines are involved? Agriculture, land survey, the soil testing, type of the crop, water availability. So many. It's this type of complex nature problem. This case study we have solved, and therefore World Bank was very happy that this problem has been reduced substantially, though not totally irrigated. Therefore, the seawater entering into the well has been largely stopped, and the sweet water can be used for better crops. This was one case study wherein multidisciplinary has been very successful. Second, we can see, which has been also used in our own country. You will not believe. After the partition, the Punjab was the capital of Punjab was Lahore, and Lahore had gone to the Pakistan, and therefore there was a committee. The new capital needs to be built, and therefore Chandigarh is built as a new capital. Now, this was a great challenge. Lot of tenders were. Rajendra Prasad was the president that time. But I will give you one example that Lee Corbusier, Corbusier, he is the Swiss and French scientist, architect. He was given this challenge to build up the Chandigarh city. And he has two assistants, one mayor and one Mike. They are such great people. They have designed Chandigarh in the best possible way. But how many, this is a multidisciplinary urban development problem. And the way they have used it, 1951 the decision was taken, and 1966 Chandigarh was declared as the capital with full infrastructure available. Just take one example of population. There was a population of 10 lakhs population was of that Chandigarh area. They give demographical entire discipline and projected population likely to go up to next 100 years. So there will be no problem. And see, this is where the forecast is important and solving complex problems. So they have seen the area, they have see another cost limit. Therefore, local material available, that was studied. What can be used? Then housing pattern should be, what type of housing pattern should be. So they have adopted a sectorial approach. And the whole Chandigarh city is built as 30 sectors, and then 7 sectors were added. One sector was specially for only government offices. People will come there, have all the facilities and go back. So there will be no multiple communication system. Then the roads are designed in such a way that even next 100 years, if there is a traffic, no traffic jam will be. So such type of miracle only can happen with such a scientist who coordinated this, and this was inaugurated Rajendra Prasad. And then this is total area of 114 kilometers or 45 miles, and having 10 lakh population and 9,000 per square density. All these parameters were studied, and a beautiful city is created because of the multidisciplinary approach, and this urban development problem is solved in the most efficient way. And how many difficulties they must be facing? There is a record of more than 150 different types of expertise were used, and more than 100 long meetings were held before they start implementing. So here is the example in India that this multidisciplinary approach for our urban development was used. So there is a area survey, then counter survey, then soil testing, local material availability, civil building position, demography, objectives, habits, culture, social expertise, water management, irrigation management, education, universities, tourism, sports. All these areas and the experts were called, and then on that basis, they developed the Chandigarh, which is one of the best example of if multidisciplinary approach effectively used with the better collaboration and collective effort, a miracle can happen, and therefore complex problem solution and innovation can only possible by adopting this technology. And recently we know, on last Friday, our Prime Minister has inaugurated in Delhi a new building which is known as Seva Tirtha and Kartavya Bhavan. If you see, Nagarika Devo Bhava is a logo on that. So this building I have recently visited and I have seen. This is also the same. So from 1951 to 1966, the Chandigarh area, after that perhaps this Bhavan, Seva Tirtha Bhavan, is the building inaugurated, and Prime Minister's office is now shifted. This is also urban development, wherein multidisciplinary approach was used successfully to see that the complex model is effectively studied from all angles, and you get the results. Now coming to the models which I have developed, I have developed myself on the research because of working on so many projects in particularly World Bank. First model I developed, which was appreciated by World Bank, was a spider model. The spider model conveys that if you see the web of the spider, there is a center, and from the center there are 6 points minimum. And he then designed his web to catch the flies. If these 6 points are 6 different types of discipline, and the problem is at the center, so this model of multiple disciplines working independently, coming to a conclusion, and then combine this decision at the center, this is a web model. So spider model will always give you that which are the disciplines required, how they are to be arrived at, how they will work independently. Their conclusions can be then combined at the center and the problem can be solved. This is in short. The web model, spider model, what we call, is very important for this purpose. And this method was adopted in most of the problems solving as a complex nature, identifying the needs, combined efforts of the various science disciplines and instruments, and working together independently. So this is one model which I developed, which was appreciated, which is known as a spider model for solving different types of complex problems by multidisciplinary approach. And this also fosters the innovation. This is one model. Second model, which I have developed, is known as a honeybee model. Now, honeybee model, you know, in the honeybee, there is the queen. The queen is double the size of other workers. And the queen has a one chemical which makes all the other workers. Queen produces about 2,000 bees every day. And these workers, bees, who are now directed, she then identify the capacity and areas and identify the leaders, and then they are trained to go in direction with their workers, go to the various sector, collect the sort of going to the various types of flowers and nectar and bring it back. Like that, there are these colonies will have more than hundreds export together. And the 100 experts will direct their workers along with them. They get to go to the various areas, fly there, collect the honey or nectar and bring back to the queen. The queen has a life of 5 years, where other workers may have life of 5 to 6 days. Therefore, continuous production of honeybees and giving them direction, controlling them simultaneously, handing their expertise, giving them direction, bringing all various areas the nectar, and then it is processing. It is processed. Honey is processed by their wings. Demoisturization is done, and then it is very important that to work on this model. So this is another model which I developed. Hello, model which I developed is the honeybee model, which is used for multidisciplinary approach, and this will go a long way. Now, coming to the end of my keynote address. First of all, this national level seminar, which is been organized by Boroli College, needs a special appreciation that this is a topic of national, international, and global importance. It has been proved that multidisciplinary approach has different advantages, and therefore management skill is very important. At the end, I will go with the management theory to end my topic. That Stephen Covey is the person who has worked out on this model, and what he says is perhaps he identified some of the 7 habits of very effective people. And therefore, the 7 habits, perhaps start with the end, putting first thing first, win-win position, study in a proper way. And these are 7 different types of habits. Out of these 3 or 4, 5 habits, if you work together, you will find that these habits are very important for multidisciplinary approach. And this will go a long way in finding out this. So this Stephen Covey was an American scientist, and like this effective model of 7 habits, if we take about different types of 7 disciplines together, identify the problem in a proper way, and foster the growth and collaborative efforts, this will work out as another model. So a spider model or a honeybee model or a Stephen Covey's 7 effective habits model can be adopted for solving complex problems, giving rise to a comprehensive holistic solution with combined efforts of different disciplines. I am very grateful to Mr. Auti for giving me this opportunity, and Mrs. Manjusha Kulkarni, Vice Principal and main coordinator of this conference. This conference will go a long way, and lot of people. And I first appreciate all the participants who are here to contribute their own thoughts. And this will go a long way. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you very much. And my salute to all these people who are organizing and involved while organizing this type of important conference. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Now
Yes.
we are showing the images of the model sir has explained just now. First is a spider model. This is an image of spider model that sir has explained right now. Then next one is a honeybee model. And the another one is a Stephen Covey's 7 habits. Yes. Thank you technical team for your help. Thank you ma'am. Over to IQC coordinator.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for that thought-provoking and enriching address. Your insight has truly set the tone for today's deliberation. Sir, you truly pointed out that multidisciplinary approach is a viable method in today's time. You also pointed out that today's social, economic, environmental, and technological problems are interconnected, and using multidisciplinary approach can help us find a comprehensive solution to this complex problem. You highlighted the spider model for solving complex problems by developing multidisciplinary. You also highlighted honeybee model and Stephen Covey's uh, habits of effective people. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening talk. Thank you once again. It is now a time for the presidential address. I humbly invite our respected president for today's function, Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director of Gokhale Education Society, Nashik, to deliver the presidential address.
Chief guest and esteemed keynote speaker of today's function, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, a renowned international management consultant, principal of the college, Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, who is organizing a secretary of this conference, vice principal of the college and conference convener, Dr. Mahesh Auti, all the other dignitaries on the dais, all the dignitaries of the dais, elites from Borivali, office bearers of Gokhale Education Society, principals, vice principals, members of the staff, participant delegates, and dear students. It gives me distinct pleasure to preside over today's function as the president of this web conference. Friends, today we are here for one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference on Interdisciplinary Innovations in Research Methodology, Understanding a Transforming Society and its Emerging Issues. So at the outset, I declare open this National Web Conference. As we gather in this digital space today, we carry forward the legacy of Gokhale Education Society, an institution that has, for more than a century, stood as a beacon of education, discipline, and development. Founded in the memory of great Namdar Gopalkrishna Gokhale, the society has always championed the cause of social transformation through knowledge. The host of the conference, Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, has today chosen a theme that is not just timely, but it's urgent. Friends, we all know that today we are living in a time of rapid transformation. Society is changing due to technological advancements, digitalization, environmental concerns, economic shifts, and evolving social structures. In such a scenario, research must also evolve. Traditional single discipline approaches are no longer sufficient to understand complex global and national challenges. Today, we have gathered scholars, teachers, and researchers from across the country representing multiple disciplines. I think this gathering itself reflects the growing importance of interdisciplinary research. We all agree that in the past few decades, research methodology has undergone a significant transformation. Earlier, many researchers stayed within their own disciplinary limits. But the answer to today's complex social questions about health, education, environment, economy, culture, or technology cannot be found using isolated approaches. These issues require perspectives from different disciplines working together. This is what is required for National Education Policy 2020 also. Friends, NEP 2020 strongly promotes multidisciplinary and holistic education. It emphasizes that higher education and higher educational institutions must move towards interdisciplinary structures and research-driven learning. National Education Policy 2020 highlights research integrity, innovation, and the creation of a vibrant research culture across institutions. And so, today, research methodology has also transformed in several important ways. In the last 2 years, we have seen a paradigm shift in how data is collected, analyzed, and interpreted. To share few examples with you, we can quote big data and analytics. Researchers now use advanced statistical tools, predictive analytics, and machine learning to analyze large data sets and identify hidden patterns. Artificial intelligence in research. Today, artificial intelligence assists in literature reviews, data coding, and predictive modeling. Mixed methods of research are being used. Combining qualitative and quantitative approaches allows deeper understanding of complex issues. Numbers provide patterns while narratives provide meaning. Digital and virtual research methods. Online surveys, digital ethnography, and virtual interviews have made research more accessible and inclusive. Participatory research. Communities are increasingly involved as partners in research, making studies more impactful and socially relevant. But such innovations, they don't come all along alone. They bring new challenges also. To quote few, ethical concerns, the use of big data, artificial intelligence, and digital tracking raises issues of privacy and data security. Advanced research tools require technology and internet access, which may exclude rural or underprivileged communities from participations, which we call as digital divide. Data overhead. Large volumes of data can be difficult to manage, analyze, and interpret correctly. This data overload leads to misleading conclusions also many times. Then we can see the skill gaps. Researchers need new technical skills like data analytics, software tools, AI applications, etc. But not all institutions or scholars are adequately trained for this. Reliability and bias. Algorithms and AI systems may carry hidden biases affecting research outcomes and fairness. High costs. Advanced technologies and softwares can be expensive, limiting access for smaller institutions. Rapid change. Research methods evolve quickly, making it challenging to maintain consistency and standardization. These are few examples I have quoted. Therefore, I think even though innovative research methods support social transformation, we must use these tools very ethically. We must ensure that data privacy is protected, that human dignity is respected, and that technology does not replace the researcher's critical thinking. Tools can support research, but they cannot replace the creativity. Compassion and deep understanding cannot be removed. They humans bring to inquiry. Friends, I think today we are not just here to discuss research. We are here to sharpen the tools we use to understand our world. As John Dewey said, if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Similarly, if we conduct research using outdated methods, we limit future solutions. Emerging issues such as climate change, mental health, digital divide, cyber security, sustainable development, and inclusive education require interdisciplinary collaboration. Research must integrate knowledge from sciences, social sciences, humanities, commerce, management, and technology. Young researchers must develop curiosity, ethical commitment, and methodological flexibility and collaborative spirit. Research is not merely for publication, it is for problem solving and social transformation. Gokhale Education Society was founded on the principle of social service through quality education. And therefore, one's research should not merely end in a journal publication. I repeat, one's research should not merely end in a journal publication. It should serve as a roadmap for policymakers, educators, and social workers. I urge you to use the sessions, all the sessions, to break the walls of your departments. If you are from commerce, talk to the science faculty and about data security you can discuss. If you are from arts, talk to the IT department about digital narratives. NEP 2020 envisions academic institutions as hubs of innovation and research excellence. Let us align our research practices with this national vision and contribute meaningfully to the society at large. I congratulate the principal and the organizing team for providing this multidisciplinary platform. I am confident that the deliberations of this conference, organized around 15 curated themes such as advanced computational and digital methodologies, hybrid methods and knowledge integration and economics, commerce and management, will meaningfully contribute to the vision of Vikasit Bharat by strengthening the research foundations essential for sustainable national growth. With these words, I conclude wishing you all a day of profound intellectual discovery. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your motivating and visionary presidential address. Your insightful words have not only inspired us, but also provided a clear direction for our academic and institutional growth. Your words have encouraged us to reflect, to innovate, and to strive collectively towards academic excellence and societal contribution. You highlighted the importance of multidisciplinary and holistic approach and research-driven teaching and learning to deal with current complex issues. You also highlighted the need of ethical practices in conducting research. Thank you once again. As we approach the conclusion of this inaugural and plenary session 1, let us remember that gratitude is the fairest blossom of the soul. I now invite Dr. Uttam Pawar, conference co-convener, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Pawar sir.
Good morning to all. It's my
morning,
proud
sir.
privilege to propose vote of thanks on this significant and memorable occasion of one-day National Web Conference on interdisciplinary innovation in research, methodology, understanding a transforming society and its emerging issues. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected President of the conference, Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, Madam, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director, Gokhale Education Society, for presiding over this session and for providing visionary leadership and guidance. Your inspirational words and thoughtful insights have truly set the tone of this conference and motivated us for strive excellence. Your words of encouragement and wisdom will certainly guide us and inspire us. I would also like to extend sincere thanks to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Vijay Gosavi sir, International Management Consultant, for accepting our invitation and sparing valuable time with us today. Your enlightening address has enriched our understanding and broadened our perspective. Your presence has indeed added immense prestige and dignity to this conference. My profound thanks are directed towards our respected principal, Professor Dr. Mrs. Manjusha Kulkarni, whose continuous support, encouragement, and commitment have made this one-day National Web Conference possible. Your leadership and dedication to academic and research excellence are the pillars behind the success of these events. I also extend my gratitude to our Vice Principal, Professor Dr. Mahesh Auti, for constant guidance, coordination, and firm support throughout the planning and execution of this conference. Your efforts behind this scene have significantly contributed to the smooth conduct. A special words of appreciation goes to the Dr. Mrs. Sushila Yadav, Accuracy and Conference Coordinator, Dr. Mrunal Khobragade, Coordinator, and organizing committee members, technical team members, faculty members, whose teamwork and planning ensured the flawless execution of this event. Finally, I express heartfelt thanks to all participants and delegates for your enthusiastic involvement and active participation, which made this conference meaningful and successful. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to each and every one who contributed directly or indirectly to success of this conference. Thank you all. Have a great day ahead. Thank you, madam. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir, for proposing the vote of thanks and for expressing our gratitude so gracefully on behalf of everyone present here. With this, we conclude the inaugural function and plenary session 1 of our one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference. We shall now proceed to plenary session 2. I now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Shaileja Rao. Wishing everyone an engaging and insightful conference. Over to you, Rao madam.
Very good morning. Welcome. It is indeed a privilege to have got this opportunity to coordinate the second plenary session of the national level multidisciplinary web conference, the sub-theme being research innovations in teaching and learning. And it is my proud privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest and resource person, Professor Dr. Vinayak Vishnupan Joshi, sir. Professor Joshi is currently serving as the Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell head of the Department of Computer Science and professor of mathematics at Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. With over 24 years of rich teaching and research experience, he has made remarkable contributions in the field of mathematics, particularly in algebraic graph theory and study of zero-divisor graphs of ordered sets. He completed his MSc in mathematics, securing first rank in the Order of Merit from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and obtained his PhD from the University of Pune in 2004. His research work has earned national and international recognition with 56 research papers published in reputed journals indexed in the Web of Science and Scopus. Professor Joshi has successfully completed and led several research projects funded by DST, SERB, and other prestigious agencies. He has received numerous awards, including the ISCA Young Scientist Award and multiple prizes from the Indian Mathematical Society at the National Academy of Sciences, India, for his outstanding research contributions. An inspiring academic leader, he has guided several PhD scholars, many of whom have been awarded prestigious gold medals for their doctoral research. As an invited speaker and plenary lecturer, he has delivered talks at national and international conferences, including the Indian Science Congress. Beyond his research achievements, Professor Joshi is deeply committed to academic excellence, quality enhancement, and promotion of mathematical research culture among the young scholars. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished scholar and academician amongst us today to share his valuable insights and expertise. With great admiration and respect, I warmly welcome Professor Vinayak Vishnupan Joshi, sir, as the chief guest and resource person for this conference. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Let me share the screen. Is screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you
Hardly
for your
like-
kind words. Can I start now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, today we are here gathered our one-day web conference, and today my topic of discussion is research innovation in teaching and learning. Before I start, let me give one quote of Mahatma Phule, which quotes, "Vidye vina mati geli, mati vina gati geli, gati vina vitta gele, vitta vina shudra khachale, itke anarth eka avidyene kele." So, if you look at this quote, you will see that the importance of education. And when we look at the education, there are three main pillars of education. One is the research, innovation, and learning. So these are the three pillars. Now I will talk about the research innovation, particularly related to teaching and learning. So my main focus will be on the various ways of teaching, look at the research, how we look at the research, and innovation. So basically, we want to be curious, not confused. So let me give you a little bit of what do we mean by research. There are a number of definitions which are there for research. The famous one by Neil Armstrong, which says that research is creating new knowledge. Also, research can be defined as a scientific and systematic search for pertinent information on specific topic. Research is an art of scientific investigation. If you look at the definition given in the Learner's Dictionary, research is a careful investigation or inquiry, specifically through search for new facts in any branch of knowledge. So this is what the research means. It's a creation of a new knowledge in a very specific way. If you look at what is the innovation. So when we talk about innovation, the things are already known to you, and you are changing the things so that it will be more useful to the human mankind. So extreme right, you will see the aqua roller. So the container is already there to fetch the water or to store the water, And as we know, this aqua roller was invented in 1991. What we called that time was a hippo water roller. And these were developed by two South African engineers. One is Spetzer and John. So, as we know, South Africa is known for water scarcity, and to fetching a water from well or any water resource, it is a very difficult task. So, it's a time consuming. So, they developed a hippo water roller. Now, you can see that they have constructed, I'm just giving some examples. So, to look at how the innovation is. So, basic innovations do not need a rocket science there. So just a simple example of a water roller I'm looking at. So they have a roller, a pulley is there. You can just roll and carry it at any desired place. So this is a very simple example. Now one more example, I'm just trying to show it to you. Here is to replace a tire of a tractor, one has to put a what you can say as a jack, and it's difficult because of its weight. And now you can see that a very simple mechanism turned out to be very useful to remove the tractor's so that one can have a innovation in a very simple way also. Few examples I will try to illustrate to you so that you will convince what the innovation look like. So there is one more thing which is very famous long back in maybe in 2022, a group of engineers from Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology in Maharashtra, Sangli district, introduced an innovative modification to a traditional bullock cart, what we called as a sarathi. Now you can see that to carry the sugar cane using the bullock cart is a difficult process, and naturally bulls are very much in pressure because of the heavier weight. So what they proposed one here attachment, what we call it as a and this attachment is useful, and this attachment will take a weight of this sugar cane, and it will smooth then the journey. And not only that, it will also help to reduce the weight on the neck of the bulls. So this is a very simple type of innovation which will be useful in a day-to-day life, that will be helpful to the mankind also. One more example I'm trying to illustrate to you. If you look at, because these are the some things which are known to the students, and minor change will give you a better ease of doing. Now, if I look at a water tank cleaning is a tough job. Okay. So now what they proposed, the student, easy cleaning water tank. So what we have to do, instead of a flat surface, you make a curved surface here at the bottom. And there is one more opening to remove the dirt. Now what will happen, once you have a water filled, after a few days, dirt will be stagnant here. And what you can do, you can pour water from top and just remove this tab immediately because of this slanted position. This all the dirt will come down and will be thrown out. A minor modification in the structural part of the tank will lead to a great ease for removing the dirt. This is one more example of a innovation, and this whatever I have shown, these are the prize winning what you can say ideas at national level. There is one more idea which is much more useful. It was in the National Grassroots Innovation and Outstanding Traditional Knowledge Award 2023. What this girl proposed from Kolkata, there is just one more, what we can say, the bed with integrated wheelchair. Bed with a integrated wheelchair. So it becomes much more easy to remove it and carry the patient to the nearest position wherever he or she is required to go. So these are some innovations, and people appreciate these. So natural question arises, what is the innovation in teaching and learning? Okay, so my today's discussion will move around what is a innovation in teaching and learning, what is a research in teaching and learning. So in innovation is not a decoration of slides, what we are now looking at. Innovation is not technology alone. Basically improving the delivery methodologies. This is the first important thing. And very much important thing is the enhancing intellectual depth. That is must. That is the one of the most significant thing one has to look at in innovation in teaching. Connecting knowledge with life. So few examples I have already shown to you. In these examples, what we did, whatever innovations we have discussed there, they are directly related with the day-to-day life of a person. So in innovation, we are improving the delivery methods, right? This is one important thing. And we are enhancing the intellectual depth. These are the two things which we will look at. Okay, now if I look at the students, now students today are digitally native. Information is totally overloaded. They are hyper connected with the various medias, maybe YouTube, Insta, Facebook, WhatsApp, chat, Snapchat, and whatnot. So naturally, they are easily disengaged. Okay, so now our main challenge, our means a teacher's main challenge to focus them, give the proper information, because the information is overloaded. There are n number of digital things which are available, and now our duty is to give a proper information, and we have to engage the students also. Now, once we look at what is the main part of the story, the creativity. And creativity is a lifelong process. And what we have to do, we have to go for theory and practical must go in hand. We have to look at the inquiry-based teaching, problem-centered instructions. So naturally, if I look at these particular things, theory and practical, problem-centered instructions, one of the very, what you can say, the difficult subject, what we called as a mathematics, and I belong to the mathematics. So naturally, I look at this as an opportunity to remove the math phobia as such. So one or two examples I will take from mathematics, because mathematics, if you look at any, what you can say, movie or drama, there is always a thought that mathematics is a difficult subject and there is a math phobia. And that's why I have chosen simple examples to illustrate the ideas. So, unlocking the power of meaningful learning, making math more enjoyable. So, what we do, because we have observed that many students struggle with mathematics, and main reason is the way math often taught in a fashion, just what you can say, recall and reproduce, something like that. So there is no, what you can say, discussion of why it is happening, and just they are concentrating of mugging of the things and reproducing it without knowledge. So there is one more educational psychologist. There is an educational psychologist, David Asbul, which says that the most important factor influencing learning is what the learner already known. And with this fact only, I have taken one simple example to illustrate the idea. And that's why I know that many of you are not from mathematics, but still I'm taking one example. And the famous example is example of a Pythagoras theorem. What Pythagoras theorem says, if we have a right angle triangle, and these are the lengths of the right angle angle, A, B, and C. C is the hypotenuse. Then we know that A square plus B square equal to C square. This is a simple Pythagoras theorem which we have learned in, I think, maybe 5th or 6th standard. And this is known to everyone, though they don't know higher mathematics. Now, if we look at A square plus B square equal to C square. When we say that A square, that means it is the area of this square, which is on this side. Okay. B square, this is the area of this square, which is on the right hand, one of the sides of the triangle, which makes a right angle. And C square is the area of a square on hypotenuse, a square drawn on the hypotenuse. Now, natural question arises. This was never discussed before, what I feel. Now, these are the squares which we talk about. So instead of squares, if I replace squares in the adjacent field, you can see that there are regular pentagons. What do you mean by regular? Regular means all sides are equal, all angles are equal. So we are replacing, instead of square, we are replacing a regular pentagon on each side of the triangle. Ask the same question, whether area of the red pentagon plus area of the yellow pentagon is equal to area of the green pentagon. So instead of square, that means square means it's a 4-side regular polygon. Now I am looking at a 5-side regular polygon. Have we discussed anywhere in our curriculum of 10th standard that there is a possibility to replace the squares by a regular pentagon, for example? We never, because we are not giving a thought provoking system in some sense. So what we are asking here, we are giving a hint to a student that can we replace squares by a regular pentagon, and whether the assertion remains same, that means area of yellow plus area of the red pentagon is equal to area of the green pentagon. And answer is yes. Answer is yes. Why not replace pentagon by hexagon? In fact, I can go one step ahead in mathematical sense, and I can say that why not you replace a regular n-gon, and if n is sufficiently large, this will be nearly a circle. Okay, so if we replace these pentagons or hexagons by a circle, still the assertion is valid. And now you will see that people will astonished looking at that. Yes, instead of squares we can go for a regular polygon. And this is in some sense innovation in a teaching. A very simple concept I have taken of a Pythagoras theorem. I gave an idea to a student asking that can we replace it by a pentagon, and people will see that if I look at this, instead of a pentagon circle, things are much more easy, because we know that if we have a what you can say circle of diameter, say A, diameter B, and diameter C, then what will be the area of the circle? We know that the area of the circle is pi r square, and r is here is the diameter is A, then radius will be A by 2. So this is pi A square by 4 plus pi B square by 4 equal to pi C square by 4. And we know that from the Pythagoras theorem, A square plus B square equal to C square. Just multiply by pi by 4 to each equation, you get that yes, it is true for circles also. So as already said, we rely on the previous knowledge, because what it is said, the most of the important fact of influencing learning is what learner already known. So learner is known to the Pythagoras theorem. We have changed the way one can look at, and we are giving a very nice way of thinking how to go for it. So there is a famous quote by a famous mathematician, George Pola: we secure our mathematical knowledge by demonstrating reasoning, but we support our conjecture by plausible reasoning. And as far as reasoning is concerned, how we arrived at such and such a statement is never discussed in the class. What we usually do, whatever things are known, we try to explain them, but we never discuss the plausible reasoning. And Here again, I want to quote that there is a very nice book by George Polya, Mathematics and Plausible Reasoning, Princeton University Press, Volume 1 and 2. Very nice book. This is the way one can look at the innovation in teaching. One more thing, when we look at the generalization, we have to start with a simple concrete example. And when we are starting with simple and concrete example, intuition first and rigor will follow next. So what we have to do, we have to create the intuition first. That is a plausible reasoning. We have to develop a plausible reasoning among the students. And once the plausible reasoning is strengthened, they will try to look at the structures. And once the things are in place, we can ask them to prove it or go systematic way of analyzing the structures. So one has to understand the essence of a concept. And when we are doing this, gaining deeper insight, uncovering connections with the various subjects, highlighting the versatility and the creativity of reasoning. These are the very, what you can say, important steps while teaching a formal concept in a class. So basically what I mean to say here, you start with some intuition, give some example to build the institution, and once intuition is clear, then one can go for a rigorous proof of the same. So that is what the process of teaching one must follow. Now one more example I will try to illustrate to you, because this was one example which came across to me while I was teaching to my son. Let x and y be two integers. Again, you will surprise that why I'm stressing these points from mathematics only, because I belong to mathematics, and taking a simple examples will reduce the math phobia also. That is what another psychology behind discussion of these mathematical problems. So x and y be two integers such that 2x minus 4y is 3, then find value of 4 to the power x divided by 16 to the power y. And what we can do here, so 4 I can write 2 to the power 2 to the power x, and 16 I can write 2 to the power 4, and there is power y, so this is 2 to the power 4y. And just apply the laws of what you can say indices, and you will see that this is 2 to the power 2x minus 4y. And the value of 2x minus 4y is given to be 3. So you just put there 2 to the power 3, and we know that 2 to the power 3 is 8. Now, if you look at the careful investigation of this problem, a solution of this problem, you'll see that the answer is correct. There is no mistake mathematically. But have you ever asked whether this is correct? No. Because whenever examples are given, we try to solve the examples. We never question the validity of the problem. Now, here you can see that it is 2x minus 4y equal to 3. That means if I take 2 out, you will see that this is x minus 2y is 3. 2 times x minus 2y is 3. So that means x and y are integers. X minus 2y is also an integer. 2 times x minus 2y is an integer, which is an even integer. Can it be 3? So even integer cannot be 3. So in fact, this problem is incorrect. Statement of the problem is incorrect because there are no x and y which will give you, there are no x and y that to be an integer such that 2x minus 4y is 3. So hypothesis of the result or problem is incorrect. Here, hypothesis of the problem is incorrect. We never taught a student to ask the validity of the problem or a validity of the question. So we are not encouraging students to ask such type of questions. So whenever we discussed some problems, some concepts, we never give a chance to question the concept itself. So one has to, what can say, teach a student to question the validity of the concepts also. So that will be very important thing in the teaching process. These are the two simple examples why I want to discuss, because there are two different natures. So with the simple idea of a Pythagoras theorem, I extended the overall thinking of the student. That means, can we replace squares by a pentagon, a regular hexagon, or regular n-gon? Or in the second example, you are asking the validity of the question. Such things one must teach to a student. Now, if you are looking at the understanding of the statement, one must go for there may be a different approach to the same problem, or one can look at a single solution that may be using some specific methods that don't reveal the broader implications. So there may be a known method which will be suitable for one particular aspect, but there may be another things which one can look at. New solutions to a problem will fill gaps and uncover deeper connections. So this will give you another connections with another theories, another subjects also. That is one. The very most important thing is that design thinking, what we call as a design thinking in education, is much more important. And when we are looking at the design of design thinking in education, that is uncovering deeper insights, one has to look at the emotions, the human-centered innovation. On the right side, again, I have shown the same picture. This is a human-centered innovation. Okay, so one has to develop the thinking of a student, and now to develop these aspects in students, one has to create a little pressure for improvement, maintain equity with efficiency. Not only that, reward multiple innovations, because there may be a different approaches and these approaches should be rewarded. So reward multiple innovations, avoid stagnation. At the same time, one has to benchmark and track the process. That means transparency has to be there, accountability has to be there, improvement has to be there. So these are the ways one can encourage students to look in a diverse fields. Now, if I look at the innovations in India, and particularly now government of India has given a good support for incubation center. Not only that, R&D incentives, and as far as our teaching is concerned, NEP 2020, we have a project-based learning. That means those who are teaching to the PG courses, you might have observed that we do have a projects, what we call as a research projects 1 and 2 in post-graduation. So using these projects, one can inculcate the research attitude among the students. So college or the institute can set up incubation centers, and there should be R&D incentives to do a good research work. So these are some techniques which we can encourage, we can take, and we can encourage the innovation in India. Particularly as far as NEP 2020 is concerned, what I like is there is a scope for research projects. And again, one simple thing which will be very, what you can say, surprise to you is that 2 years back, when we have given thought on what type of projects we should have, then one project we have floated at our Department of Mathematics was the teaching of mathematics to a blind student. Because keep in mind, so there are n number of formulas, there are n number of symbols which are involved in teaching of mathematics. How to teach a mathematics to a visually impaired students, that is a very difficult task. So this project we have initiated, and our students were very much, what you can say, in trouble to convey the ideas, because how the summation sign will look up, what is the integration symbol, how to, what you can say, give an idea of an integration symbol those who are not able to see. So these are very, what you can say, the difficult ideas, and one has to convey to these students. So to understand mathematics, so one has to look at the symbols, one has to look at the mathematical processes. And this was one project which was very much appreciated afterwards, because people have spent enough time to inculcate these ideas among these students from the blind school. So what I mean to say here is that this NEP 2020 has given a, what can say, a roadmap how we can inculcate research attitude, or I can say research aptitude among the students. They can target some problems which are of societal need. This is one problem which I can discuss with you, which is of societal need. And to do such type of things, one has to, what you can say, create a curiosity among them. And I will tell you that yes, there are, what you can say, 8 to 9 pillars which one can look at, that will help you to create a strong research, innovation, and learning in learning and teaching processes. The first pillar which I look at is the curiosity. Start with a question, create a cognitive friction. This, the second one, is the most important thing. Create a cognitive friction. Start with a question. So how to generate the ideas? That is one of the very important thing. There is very nice article by Kishore Paknikar, who is a ANRF Prime Minister Professorship at COEP, who wrote an article, and it was about a technique for producing ideas. So this is a book by James Webb Young. So in which, of course, this book is related to sales and marketing, particularly advertisement, but the ideas are, you can relate with the usual educational ideas. So one has to create a, what you can say, thinking capabilities, how to generate the idea. That is the more important thing, and this is not a, what you can say, simple process. So there are no specific ways or defined ways, just like in mathematics 2, 1 plus 1 is 2. So there are no, what you can say, definite ways to create the creative thinking. So it talks about various ideas, how to develop these ideas, and of course intuition is the foremost important thing. And for the intuition, one has to have a good experience in the field, so that you can build an intuition and you can build an idea in that. So one more thing, the creativity is not a gift reserved for few only. So one has to train themselves to create a curiosity, and once curiosity is there, ideas will come up. So these are the few things. Another thing, important thing, is the cultivate the questioning. Usually we don't encourage students to ask questions. Move from answer questions, encourage safe disagreements. This second part is again missing in most of the teaching as such. Encourage safe disagreements. So usually we as a teacher do not encourage our students to disagree with what we are looking at. Now, if I look at the disagreement, we don't feel comfortable here as a teacher. So we have to cultivate the teaching, cultivate the questioning. Just one incident I will try to illustrate to you. Long back, maybe 12 years back, there was one professor from Harvard University who visited our department. After the lecture, we were sitting and having a discussion. And when I was discussing with him, I asked him a simple question. Since you visited many, what you can say, important research institutes in India, what difference you find in Indian institutions and at your place, that means at Harvard University? So he immediately replied to me that your student don't ask questions. Your student don't ask questions. In fact, this is the very important thing. We do not encourage our student to question the things, and that's why the encouragement of safe disagreement is quite far away from that. So one has to inculcate the habit of questioning first, and then next important thing is that asking a right question. Asking a right question is an art, keep in mind. So one has to develop thinking capabilities to ask a right question. So this is the second pillar what I think. And as far as now in the age of AI, this questioning becomes much more easy. So what you can do, you can simply ask what you can say AI to set the question papers. In fact, there is a, I think 2 days back, where there was one news about IIM wants to use AI to set question paper and check answers. Even student can use it for their projects. This was a story by from the IIM Nagpur, and they want to use AI because this will be what you can say a very good initiative, because there is a burden of setting of questions, and that too, if you want a separate what you can say question paper for a group of people, then it's again a difficult task. So you can use AI to set questions and also check the answers. Another thing which we are looking for, one has to ask why and what if. Why this is true? What if assumptions are changed? So these are the two important things one must tell our student. So start asking questions. Now there is a famous teaching method, what we call as a Socrates method of teaching. And Socrates' method of teaching is a thought-provoking dialogue between instructor and their student. So it is based on the approach used by the philosopher Socrates, who was known to encourage young minds in conversation, designed to help define broad ideas, also exposing the complexities and ambiguities behind them. So this is the way one can go for the thought-provoking things. But at the same time, to use this method, one has to be prepared very deeply, because once you are starting or you are giving an opportunity to student ask questions, they will ask few more things which are in some sense beyond the syllabus also. So that's why you must prepare deeply, arrive informedly, ready to engage, think creatively, examine ideas before accepting them. So one has to teach. If I am a teacher, I'm saying something, don't accept as it is. First, examine and then go for acceptance of it. Speak courageously. Raise your voice in the discussion. Listen actively. Learn from every exchange. These are the few things in the now teaching particularly. Third pillar which I want to look at is the education to masses, because looking at the size of India, one has to cater. It's not what you can say a small thing. We have to cater the masses. So the naturally very important thing is that hybrid learning is there. Now what we are doing right now is an online way of discussion. Now COVID has given too many lessons to us. One good lesson is this online things become much more popular, easy to access, and people have learned how to deal with online education also. So hybrid learning is important, creating open educational resources. Now, previously it was not there. When I was a student, MIT USA has created MIT OCWA, open courseware was there, and where video lectures are kept. That was, I think, as far as my knowledge goes, that was the first educational open resource which was available online. And of course, one can download and go for it. Now we have plenty of them. Now one can go for the digital outreach, what we can say. YouTube lectures are there, MOOC courses are there, Diksha platform is there. like these n number of Coursera is there, Udemy is there, and whatnot. So there are now digital contents which are available. At the same time, these things can be used for the betterment of education. And because of this NPTEL or MOOC courses, what we called as a NPTEL or SWAYAM, a great people are giving a lectures on particular topic which are accessible to students from remote areas. That is a very good part of it. So these are few things one can go for. That is the one of the most important thing in today's life is the digital outreach. Now, next is the popularization of ideas, because I'm from mathematics and I always observe that there is a fear about mathematics. People are afraid of mathematics, maybe because of the teaching what we look at. So popularization means what? Commercial application, science festival, public art initiatives, and so on and so forth we can organize, and this will popularize the ideas. Now, as far as India is concerned, you can see that there are n number of science museums are available at the cities. Now, what we are looking at a math museum, and this is a, in some sense, math museums are there, of course, but in a very small what you can say small sizes math museums are there, but not a bigger one. There is a very big math museum which is there at New York, which was established by Manjul Bhargav initially, who is a Padma Bhushan and first Indian origin Fields Medalist, which is the highest award in mathematics. And now he is named as the first distinguished chair of the public dissemination of mathematics at the National Museum of Mathematics, which is at New York. And this is a very big mathematical museum dedicated to mathematics, of course, and no such museum are available in India. So very recently Manjul Bhargav visited our university to deliver a plenary talk at the first Indo-European conference. I had a chance to meet him. So these mathematics museum will play a very significant role in reducing the math phobia. So what I mean to say here is that whenever we have scientific discussions, science festivals, just like we had 20th February was a science day, and there are a number of science festivals organized on the same day. Likewise, in 22 December, that is a National Mathematics Day, and we celebrate through various organization of quizzes, competitions, lectures. So this will give you a different way of thinking to students. So this is one more thing which I would like to suggest. A simple example I am trying to illustrate to you. If you want to create a, say, math museum exhibit at a school, just a illustration of a Pythagoras theorem. Now you can see that there are two squares filled with water, and now these two squares of water, now water available in these two squares can be poured in the third one, and it is completely filled. So that in some sense this is a example of an illustration of a Pythagoras theorem, a very simple example which will help you to understand Pythagoras theorem very easily. And as I told you, first is the intuition. You demonstrate through the examples. So we have demonstrated the example. It's not a proof, but it will create an intuition. Yes, the water which is available in the small two squares is enough to fill the larger square which is available on the hypotenuse. So this is the way one can look at. Now to do this, the very important thing is the teacher's education. Now, when I'm talking about teacher's education, in some sense, we have a faculty development program, refresher courses, and all these things. And when we are doing so, we can go for a continuous professional development, pedagogical innovations. So this is again a very important point one must look at. Now, when we are looking at a teacher's education, one has to teach AI if wisely, okay, create engaging digital content using AI. Now, this is a quite easy thing right now because too many AI tools are available. One can use it to engage students. You can create some, what you can say, infographics to engage the students. And the last important thing is the emotional intelligence. This is what I feel is the most important thing one must learn, one must teach to our student. Basically the mentorship, and we have to develop the emotional intelligence of our students. So once we do this, these are the effective teaching methodologies in the teaching. Now, how to do that? That is the one of the very important thing. For that, we need autonomy. When autonomy is there, accountability is there. Freedom, what we call as a freedom with responsibilities. Clear performance metrics, those who are doing well, we have to reward them. So we have to create an environment which is autonomous in some sense. At the same time, there is accountability. So freedom with responsibility, that's one of the very important thing. And to do that, we have to empower the changes. So to do this, the leadership development has to be there, mentorship has to be there, and to in some sense institutional support has to be there. This is one of the most significant thing. Now your institute has created this webinar series, and naturally this is an institutional support which is helping you teacher to get the, what you can say, current state of knowledge from the various people who are giving the talks. So various different aspects which are available in the what you can say, knowledge domain. So at the same time, one has to reward the success. But every time we will not get a success, there are some failures also, what we call as a productive failures. And you might be knowing that there is a very famous story about Thomas Alva Edison. He was about to invent a light bulb, and he failed 1,000 times, or what we can say, n number of times. And he doesn't say that it's a failure. He says that these are the ways I learned that this is not the way one should work on this particular problem. So that is the productive failures. Celebrate experimentation and failure as learning. Once we do that, I think our whole of the story about the teaching and learning will be much more, what you can say, fruitful. And this will help student to ask questions, have a safe disagreements, and have a open mind. Okay, so with this I conclude. If there are any questions, I will be more happy to answer.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and knowledge. We truly gained a lot of valuable inputs, and it has enlightened us to a great extent. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, sir. I would now request Mr. Nitin Sawant to propose the vote of thanks for the session. Over to you, sir.
Again, the same story, no questions. So we are repeating what we talked just now. Students, do not encourage students to ask the questions. Same way, we are not asking the question again. Okay, anyway.
Sir, before vote of thanks, sir, I'm extremely thankful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And very nice lecture, sir. Okay, over to sir.
Okay, madam. Ramana, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. At the outset, I wish to quote the Swami Vivekananda: "Education is manifestation of the perfection already in man." Respected resource person of this session, Professor Dr. Vinayak Joshi sir, Director IQAC, Head of the Department of Computer Science, Professor of Mathematics, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Principal Professor Dr. M. Kulkarni Madam, Vice Principal Dr. M.D. Outi Sir, Coordinator Mronal Khobragade Sir, and Coordinator of this session Shailaja Rao Madam, and Rapporteur of this session Aishwarya Potfode Madam, eminent guests, delegates, dignitaries, special invitees, participants across the globe, and my colleagues. I deem it great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the session 2 on research innovation in teaching and learning. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to resource person of this session, Professor Dr. Vinayak Joshi sir, who despite of his busy schedule has found time to grace this session. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your rich experience and knowledge of the field. Thank you for giving comprehensive information on research innovation in teaching and learning. Words are powerless to express my gratitude to our principal, Professor Dr. M. Kulkarni Madam, for her continuous support, encouragement, guidance, and inspiration. Thank you, Madam. I extend my gratitude to our Vice Principal, Dr. M.D. Outi Sir, Coordinator Mronal Khobragade Sir, for their continuous untiring support. Thank you, sir. I owe special gratitude to principal of various colleges, delegates, dignitaries, eminent guests, special invitees, participant, coordinator of the session, rapporteur of the session. My heartfelt thanks to the technical team and my colleagues for their continuous support and assistance. Finally, I thank one and all for their direct and indirect cooperation and support for making this session a success. Thank you all once again. I request the next session to start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mrs. Kavita Dangle to take over the paper presentation and the third plenary session for the conference. Over to you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rao madam. May I audible? Thank
Yes,
you, Rao
madam.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you, Rao madam. Respected chairperson and resource person, Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev sir, Honorable Principal Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni madam, respected Vice Principal Dr. Mahesh Outi sir, Senior College Coordinator Dr. Mrunal Khobragade sir, IQAC Coordinator Dr. Sushila Yadav, respected faculty members, research scholars, and dear students. I am Assistant Professor Kavita Dangle from the Department of Accounting and Finance, and I extend a very warm and pleasant afternoon to everyone joining us for this web conference. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the paper presentation session under the sub-theme Recent Trend in Interdisciplinary Research. Before we begin this session, let us briefly reflect on our earlier discussions. Session 1 emphasizes the importance of multidisciplinary collaboration in addressing modern global challenges. Session 2 connected theoretical concept with practical applications and highlighted how interdisciplinary research enhances innovation and social relevance. Both sessions were informative and inspiring. Now, it is my proud privilege to introduce our respected chairperson and resource person, Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev sir. Dr. Chakradev sir is the principal of Chembur Sarvankas Shikshan Shastra Mahavidyalaya and had also served as Associate Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, University of Mumbai. He holds an impressive academic background, including MSc in Organic Chemistry, MEd, LLM, MA in Psychology, MBA, and PhD in Education. And he has also qualified NET and SET in Education. With more than 21 years of rich teaching experience, he is a recognized PhD guide in education under the University of Mumbai. Under his able leadership, The institution received the Best Extension College Award from the University of Mumbai for 2 consecutive years. He has served as a NAC coordinator for multiple accreditation cycle and worked as a field coordinator for the Department of Lifelong Learning and Extension for 15 years. Sir has significantly contributed to curriculum development at the university level in subjects such as guidance and counseling, pedagogy of science and mathematics, Indian knowledge system, experiential learning, and postgraduate diploma in counseling. As a renowned resource person, he has conducted expert sessions and workshops on stress management, emotional intelligence, law protecting women and children, artificial intelligence in education, National Education Policy 2020, Indian knowledge system, experiential learning, yoga and psychology, and building self-esteem and resilience. He has presented and published more than 30 papers at national and international conferences and has received multiple Best Paper Presentation Award. Sir, we are truly honored to have you as the chairperson and guiding force for this session. On behalf of your college, I welcome you, sir. Now, we begin paper presentation session.
Thank you, madam, for your nice and noble words.
Thank you, sir. Now we begin the paper presentation session. Each presenter will given 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer. I request all presenters to kindly keep their microphone muted until invited, share their screen only during their presentation, and strictly follow the allotted time. It is my pleasure to invite our first presenter, Assistant Professor Sujata Fadal, to present her research paper titled Active Tectonic Assessment of Vaitarna Basin, Western India, Insight from Seismic Data and Geomorphic Indices. Himanshi Madam, kindly share the presentation of Sujata Madam. Himanshi Madam. Thank you so much. Sujata Madam, you may please begin your presentation. Sujata Madam, are you there?
Kavita ma'am, Sujata ma'am, I think she is not in the meet now.
Okay, then we'll move to the next presenter.
Yes.
Assistant Professor Bhuvneshwari Gaidhani to present her research paper titled Geomorphic and Hydraulic Perspective on Flooding in Vaitarna River, Observation from Pahine, Nasik. Madam, you may please share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Gaidhani Madam.
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible?
Audible. Your voice is too low.
Now I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Please share your screen.
Okay. Can I start?
Ma'am, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I can't see my all slides properly because of that.
Yes, ma'am. What happened?
My half slide is hide because of that sharing screen.
Himanshi madam, please share the screen.
Okay. Now I'm start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhuneshwari Rosikayani. My presentation topic is geomorphological, and hydraulic perspectives on flooding in the Vaitarna River. The observations from the Paine, Nasik. Flood consists of primary geomorphic agent in the evaluations of bedrock channels. Episodic high magnitude floods events generate extraordinary discharges that frequently exert disproportionate control over long-term incisions, trajectories, and channel morphologies. The geomorphic impacts of floods are highly variable. Some events generate minimal or localized responses, whereas other produce dramatic and lasting changes in channel form, bedrock incisions, and valley morphology. The present study aims to investigate the characteristics of Vaitarna River at Pahine site, focusing on flood hydraulics and hydrodynamics in order to understand how extreme flow regimes and substract resistance interact to shape channel morphology and incision procedures. The present slide shows location of Vaitarna Basin in India. The present slide shows physiography of Vaitarna Basin. The source originated at Anjaneri at 300 meter above sea level. The area of Vaitarna Basin is 3,933 km square. The length of the Vaitarna River is 169 km. The river flows from Maharashtra and it is best flowing river. The Vaitarna Basin drains at Virar. Average annual rainfall of Vaitarna Basin is 2,500 millimeter. The highest ever recorded discharge is 8,000 cubic meter per second as per CWC. The present slide shows basin divided into two parts, upper dissected plateau, namely Jawar Plateau, and lower plains, characterized by bedrock channels with features like rapids, waterfalls, cab lines, inner channels, and boulder bumps. The present slide shows geological settings of Vaitarna Basin, geology, Cretaceous, Econ, Deccan Trap, basalt, and late Quaternary alluvium. The present slide shows geomorphic features of Vaitarna River at Pahine Ridge. In order to find our effect of infrequent and large magnitude floods on the Vaitarna River at Pahine, parameters of flood hydraulics and hydrodynamics such as unit stream power, bed shear stress, Proud number, Reynolds numbers, and critical velocity for inceptions of cavitations were computed. To accomplish this, a cross-sectional survey was conducted. Anecdotal testimonies suggest that the 2019 flood at Pahine was most extreme in living memory. Therefore, parameters were estimated with respect to high flood level 2019. The present slide shows parameters of flood hydraulics and hydrodynamics. The present slide shows Vaitarna River at Pahine. The present slide shows large crust deposited at the bed of Vaitarna River. Result and interpretation. The present slide shows parameters of flood hydraulics and hydrodynamics. The present slide shows cross sections of Vaitarna River at Pahine. The river, with a width of 26.5 meter and the maximum depth of 2.14 meter, has a cross-sectional area of 61.85 cube square per meter and the velocity of 11.8 meter per second, resulting in a discharge of 730 cubic meter per second. From a calculated hydraulic data of the Vaitarna River at Pahine, bed shear stress and unit stream power are 350 Newton per meter square and 4048 Watt per meter square respectively. These values indicate usually high ability of the Vaitarna of the river to erode and transport coarse sediment. It is notable that the sediment transport rates and sediment entrainment are derived by excess shear stress over threshold values. The hydraulic analysis indicates that the Froude numbers greater than 1, that is, highly erosive supercritical flow, have been reached at Pahini. In addition to this, roll waves or slug flow have been generated at steep reach of Pahini site, as the Vaiternary or Froude number is 2.6. High value of Reynolds number is, that is 25.25 into 10 raised to 7 of the Vaiterna river at Pahini, indicates that the flood discharge was extremely turbulent and thus are capable of accomplishing a variety of geomorphic activities. The deep narrow reach at Pahini produced the high Reynolds number, and it is likely that this may be the reach of very high intense bedrock erosion. The critical velocity required for inceptions of cavitations for Pahini site is 9.41 meter per second. However, the actual velocity estimate is 11.80 meter per second correspondingly. This therefore suggests that channel adjustment produced by cavitations tends to inhibit or reduce the forces that would cause the threshold to be crossed in nature. The width-depth ratio, form ratio of Vaiterna river at Pahini is 8.48. The ratio is moderate as compared to different sites of adjacent Par and Daman-Ganga rivers, which signify moderately narrow and deep gorge at Pahini. Conclusions. Hydraulic and hydrodynamics interrogatives of the 2019 flood event on the Vaiterna river at Pahini clearly demonstrate an extraordinary geomorphic efficacy. The higher values for unit stream power and boundary shear stress reveals usually high ability of the river to erode and transport sediments. The Froude numbers confirms the presence of supercritical flow conditions characterized by roll waves and slug flow. Slug flow, which enhance bed scores and sediment mobility. The Reynolds number reveals that the flood discharge was intensively turbulent, enabling diverse geomorphic processes including nick point migration, plunge pool, deepening, and formation of scablands and potholes. The existence of the cavitation's threshold velocity suggests that cavitations contributes to bedrock erosion. The efficiency of high magnitude flood event, it is also evident from the presence of wide shallow bedrock channels, scablands, deep narrow gorge, graves, polished rock surface, waterfalls, inner channels, plunge pools, and large boulder bumps at several locations of the Vaiterna river. The glimpses during fieldwork. The present slide shows view of the nick point at Pahini of Vaiterna river. The present slide shows pothole at upstream of Pahini nick. This is my survey team. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your clear and well-structured presentation. May I request Dr. Chakradev sir if he has any question?
Yeah, now the paper is open for discussion. If participants, they have any query, any doubt, any clarification, please feel open. Yeah, I have, shall I ask after every presentation or shall I compile at the end? Madam, what you suggest?
If you give that is compiled remark, then it is okay, sir.
I feel very instant clarification will be more convenient.
Then okay, sir, you may proceed, sir.
Yeah, please. Madam, how I actually carried out this cross-sectional survey? Yes, Bhuneshwari madam. It was a nice presentation and very new topic for me. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, Bhuneshwari madam, are you there? Because this is an interdisciplinary presentation and the subjects are very much varied. So how this actually cross-sectional survey is being carried out?
I think, sir, ma'am has left it, the Zoom meeting.
Okay, okay, no issue. Then we can proceed for the next presentation.
Yeah, okay, fine, sir. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Assistant Professor Sujata Fadol, to present her research paper titled Active Tectonic Assessment of the Vaitarna Basin, Western India, Insight from Seismic Data and Geomorphic Indices. Himanshi Madam, kindly share the presentation of Sujata Madam.
Hello.
Sujata Madam, are you ready?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Sujata Tanaji Fadod. I am presenting my topic, Active Tectonic Assessment of Vaitarna Basin, Western India, Insights from Seismic Data and Geomorphic Indices. Next. First introduction. The commonly used geomorphic indices of active tectonics are well recognized as a basic reconnaissance tools to assess the relationship between tectonics and basin morphology on the regional or basin scale and to identify the areas experiencing tectonic deformation. The results of several geomorphic indices can be combined to provide an assessment of a relative degree of tectonic activity in an area. These indices may be valuable for ascertaining a specific characteristics of a region, namely level of tectonic activity of a region. Next. Then geomorphic indices are appropriate and applicable to fluvial system in different regions and of varying size. According to Keller and Pinter, that the parameters such as the relief, aerial, shape, and gradient resulting by analysis principally provide expedient information about the ongoing tectonics in regions featured by the same rock type. Next. Therefore, the Deccan Basalt Province is exceedingly appropriate for this type of geomorphic analysis and for making significant links between basin and fluvial system. The Vaitarna River from Deccan Basalt Province has been selected for morphotectonic analysis. Next. This is the physiography map of the Vaitarna Basin. The river originates at an elevation of 1,300 meters on the Anjaneri Hills of Western Ghat. The basin covers an area of 3,933 square kilometer with the length 169 kilometer. The Surya, the Deharja, the Pinjal are the right bank tributaries, whereas Tansa is the only left bank tributaries. The average annual rainfall of the basin is 2,500 millimeter, which received by southwest monsoon during June to September. The basin is occasionally receives heavy rains due to cyclonic storms. Major lineaments in the Vaitarna Basin is Kuduvadi Ghoad lineament. Next. Then the objective to determine the morphotectonic characteristics of the Vaitarna River by deriving the commonly used geomorphic indices of active tectonics. Data and methodology. To make the analysis of the basin scale morphometry, 30-meter Aster DEM is used. Then Google Earth is used to measure the parameters of GAT indices. ArcGIS 10.1 is used for mapping and analysis of the basin area. Next. Then these are the geomorphic indices of active tectonics, which we have calculated to know the degree of tectonic activity in the basin by using these variables. Next. Result and interpretation. To understand the tectonic activities within the Vaitarna Basin, the indices values are classified into three classes. These are the indices. GAT indices adopted to identify the tectonic activity within the Vaitarna Basin, which indicates the highly active, moderately active, and less active tectonic classes. Next. First parameter, that is hypsometric integral and hypsometric curve. This table shows the hypsometric integral values of Vaitarna and its tributaries, which are approximately near to 0.50. Next. Next, the hypsometric curve for the Vaitarna River passes below the center of the diagram and is concave in shape, which indicates mature stage of development. Then the tributaries of Vaitarna River such as Surya, Deharja and Tansa shows concave hypsometric curve, whereas hypsometric curve of the Pinjal is convex. The values of hypsometric integral for the Vaitarna and its tributaries are similar and it is 0.50 as mentioned by Styler, Mayer, and Keller and Pinter. Intermediate HI values approximately 0.5 are coupled with a balanced between erosion and tectonic processes. Next. Then second parameter, ratio of valley floor width to valley height. To understand whether the river is actively down-cutting and incising, 67 locations of the 67 locations of the valley were selected randomly throughout the basin to calculate the VF ratio. Next. Here, VF of the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the Vaitana River and its tributaries are low, that is less than 1, which reflects deep, narrow, V-shaped valley associated with streams that are actually incising and commonly associated with uplift. Next. Then the class 2 activities, the upper and middle reaches of the Pinjal and Tansa River have much wider valleys which suggest moderately active tectonic activity. Next. Then third parameter, that is drainage basin asymmetry factor. This table shows the basin asymmetry values of Vaitana and its tributaries. The AF is an aerial morphometric variable that is used to detect the presence or absence of regional tilt on basin or regional scale. Next. This is a map which shows the asymmetry of the Vaitana basin. Here, the Vaitana river have AF value that is 63.72%, which is greater than 50, which may suggest tectonic tilting to the left of the trunk stream. Next. Then this map shows the asymmetry of the tributaries of the Vaitarna. Tributaries namely Surya, Deharja, and Tansa river have a asymmetry value that is 63.09%, 67.90%, and 52.10% respectively. These AF values are greater than 50, which may suggest tectonic asymmetry and tilting to the left of the streams. Next. Then this is the asymmetry map of the Pinjal River, which shows the Pinjal River have asymmetry factor that is 62.35%, which indicates tectonic tilt to the right of the basin. Next. The next parameter, that is stream length gradient index. This table shows the stream length gradient index of the Vaitana and its tributaries. To detect tectonic displacement within the Vaitarna basin, SL indices have been calculated, which ranges from 23 to 19,792. The SL values are plotted against longitudinal profile of the Vaitana river and its major tributaries to identify the tectonically active areas. Next. The average SL value for the Vaitana river is 420 and anomalous maximum SL value is 19,792. The anomalous high values of SL index are recorded in the middle reaches of the Vaitana basin and are primarily associated with crisscross north-south and east-west trending lineaments, dikes, deep V-shaped valleys, and nick points. Next. Then the maximum SL values that are 1,242 and 1,031 are observed along the upper and middle reaches of the Deharja and Pinjal river and represent the moderate tectonic activities. These rivers are controlled by numerous nick points, lineaments, and dikes. The mean SL value of the Pinjal river is high, that is 580, which indicates high tectonic activity. Next. Then last parameter, basin elongation ratios. This is an aerial morphometric variable that quantitatively describes the planimetric shape of a basin and thus indirectly provides information about the degree of maturity of the basin landscape. This table shows the elongation ratio of the Vaitana river and its tributaries. Next. This table shows the elongation ratio, which suggests that the basin is moderately active, commonly accompanied by high local relief and steep valley slopes. Next. Conclusions. The values of HI and SC, VF ratio, AF, SL index, and RE are associated with drainage basin affected by active tectonics and deformation. Hypsometric integral values of Vaitana basin approximately 0.5 is coupled with A balance between erosion and tectonic processes and high hypsometric curve indicates deep incision and rugged relief. Low values of VF less than 1 reflects very deep, narrow, V-shaped valleys occupied by actively incising streams. When AF of the Vaitana basin is significantly greater than 50, suggestive of tectonic tilt. Next. The anomalous high SL values recorded in the middle reaches of the Vaitana basin are primarily associated with lineaments, deep V-shaped valleys, and neck points. The elongation ratio of the Vaitana basin suggests that the basin is moderately active, commonly accompanied by high local relief and steep valley slopes. Next. Thank you for paying attention.
Okay. Sir, you may now ask question to the presenter.
Madam, what is the significance of your output, your conclusion, and how you are going to recommend it?
So we can able to identify the tectonically active regions with the help with this study.
And then how it will be significantly utilized after identification?
So that data is generated regions, we can say, which are tectonically active.
Okay, you have identified and you applied some figures also. So what is the implication of your study? You can think of it, madam, because research is very exhaustive, but unless until it is being utilized.
Yes, sir.
So we require the output.
Yes, sir.
And who will be your stakeholders to whom you can submit your findings?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir,
it may be there in your paper, but perhaps you may not have presented it. But that point always we need to keep in mind.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Oh, yes.
Other participants, if any query, any doubt, because we belong from different streams.
No, sir. Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you, madam, for your informative and insightful presentation.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Now I invite our next presenter, Assistant Professor Anjali Jha, to present her research paper titled Environmental Pollution and the Limits of Human Rights Protection in India. Madam, you may share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, respected panel members, respected delegates, and my dear colleagues. I'm Anjali Jha, Assistant Professor of Political Science at Sri Bhavsar Vartak College in Borivali. My paper is titled The Right to Breathe, Environmental Pollution and the Limits of Human Rights Protection in India. I hope I am audible clearly to all.
Madam, you're audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I want to start not with a legal argument, but with a question that I think most of us have probably stopped asking ourselves because the answer has become so ordinary. When was the last time that we stepped outside and thought the air is so safe to breathe today? The answer for people in Delhi in 2025 was never. Not even once in the entire year. This is the main cause behind my research paper, inquiring the coexistence between environmental rights with human rights and analyzing what is happening that the government is failing short of its promise. Now, I want to begin with two images. The first one is of a man holding a placard that says, "I miss breathing." This is from one of the many such slogans that people carried when they gathered at the India Gate in November 2025. The next picture is of Mumbai. This is something that I think was in news and in our social media feeds all of last week. A clear skyline. The AQI dropped magically within a matter of a few days. The AQI on the Delhi protest day was 391. One second. My presentation is visible to all, I hope.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you. Thank you. So the AQI on the day of the protest in Delhi was 391. People here gathered to demand their human right, their right to breathe. But what instead happened was that these protesters were detained because they did not have a permit for demonstration. The second thing here is that Mumbai's air quality improvement came because the BMC issued stop work notices to construction sites that were violating environmental norms. And the AQI dropped from over 300 to the 60s and 70s within a matter of few weeks. People were sharing photographs of the skyline, and I think all of us had forgotten this kind of visibility because of the level of pollution that was there in the past few months. Now one side shows us the problem, the other side shows us that the solution is not a mystery. This paper's central argument is that India's failure to protect environmental rights is structural. It is not incompetence, it is not bad luck, and it is definitely not an absence of law. The system has been shaped in a way that makes violation of these rights easier than applying them. To make this argument, my paper moves through 4 questions. The first one is, how did the right to a clean environment actually develop in India? Second is, what exactly did the 2024 Ranjit Singh judgment change and why does it matter? The third is, who is actually bearing the cost of this pollution and what is the data telling us? And finally, what would it take for the state to come up with a genuine response? So the part 1 is evolution of the environmental rights. Now, India's journey has been similar to the global journey that we have undertaken. And for most part of the 20th century, environmental rights were seen as something that is separate from human rights. The formal recognition that we got that they were connected came in 1972 with the Stockholm Declaration during the Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment. This declaration stated that humans have a fundamental right to an environment that is adequate for health and well-being. This was inspirational rather than being something that is legally binding, but it definitely planted a seed. Then came the 1992 Rio Declaration, which built on this and established principles like sustainable development and precautionary principle, polluter pays, and most importantly, the idea that states need to inform and involve their citizens in environmental decisions that they take. Now, after this, there were several regional human rights bodies which began hearing cases in which environmental harm was put inside the framework of violation of the existing human rights. Then came the landmark moment at international level recently in 2022 when the UN General Assembly voted by 161 to 0 and recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a universal human right. This resolution is not legally binding in the way that a treaty would be, but it carries a lot of weight, especially because India endorsed this resolution. Now, here is what is interesting about India's story. India did not get at this stage through parliamentary to the parliament passing environmental rights laws, but rather we got here through our courts. And so originally, our constitution did not have a mention of explicit, it did not have an explicit mention of the right to a clean environment. What we did have was Article 21, the right to life and personal liberty. We also had our directive principles and a fundamental duty, which put an obligation on both the state and the citizens to protect the environment. The judicial journey started in 1978 with Menka Gandhi versus Union of India. Now here Supreme Court said something beautiful. It said that the right to life, here life is not about the mere biological existence. Rather, it's about the right to live with dignity. Now, this was something, this ruling opened the door to a whole lot of rights that became implied and became part of Article 21. And environmental rights also got this opportunity. Now, the next case is the person who is associated with building India's environmental rights is MC Mehta. He was a lawyer who filed a series of public interest petitions in mid 1980s, and the Ganga pollution cases explicitly linked Article 21 to the right to a wholesome environment. It also established absolute liability for hazardous industries, which basically meant that if you pollute and someone is harmed, you cannot escape responsibility by claiming you took precautions. Then there's the Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum case. It brought on two more important principles from the international environmental law, which was precautionary principle and the polluter pays principle. Then in the early 2000s, we have the Supreme Court passing a judgment regarding the conversion of entire public transport into like CNG based. This was done on a very large scale. And then comes April 2024. This is the milestone that my paper focuses on. It is the MK Ranjit Singh versus Union of India case. Now, what's interesting is that this case started as a petition to protect the Great Indian Bustard. This is a Schedule 1 species under the Wildlife Protection Act. And at one point, it was even a candidate for the national bird status. Today, the situation is that it faces almost near certain extinction, and less than 150 individuals of this species remain today. So the specific issue in this case was that these birds were going and colliding with the overhead power lines in the states of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and they were dying because of it. Now, what happened was Justice Chandrachud's bench took this petition and used it to make a constitutional statement. Three things make this judgment a landmark one. The first is that it established environmental rights and human rights as something that coexist, as something which are of the same category. They are not parallel. And the court said for the first time that the environmental harm is by definition a violation of fundamental rights under Article 21. Along with that, the second important point here was Article 14's framing. The court said that a disproportionate pollution burden equals to an equality violation as well. So basically, the court here acknowledged that environmental injustice and social injustice cannot be separated. They are constitutionally inseparable. So let's say a Dalit community living beside an industrial estate which is unregulated, pollutes a lot. They are not just environmentally harmed, but as per the court's judgment, now their right to equality is also getting harmed. And this is what makes this case revolutionary. The third one is that for the first time, the citizens have a clear legal benchmark to measure the state's response. They now have a direct basis to challenge government inaction through the courts. The thing is now that the law has moved for sure. The question that we need to ask is our politics moving along with it? The next important question comes regarding what is the impact of environmental pollution on people and who is actually bearing the cost. Now, there's a lot of data that is there regarding this. The Global Burden of Disease, the Global Burden of Disease study, the Lancet Commission on Pollution and Health, also the World Health Organization, all give us some figures. So 2.18 million deaths annually from air pollution, 17.8% of all annual deaths are linked to pollution, and also the level of the particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5 in Delhi was found to be 19 times more than the World Health Organization's safe limit. Now, these are statistics not about the environment. The reason why I've shared these statistics is because it affects the people. People are dying. And this impact is not random. It is falling along the same contours of caste, class, and gender. We are seeing that women who are in lower income households and more so in rural areas still are using biomass fuel. The indoor smoke from these fires are killing lakhs of Indian women and children every year. And this is data from the World Health Organization. Even after government schemes like PM Ujjwala Yojana, which gave LPG connection to women from the below poverty line families, there are a lot of inherent systemic issues which are occurring as an obstacle in this, and women still have to turn to biomass. Now, this is not just an environmental problem anymore. When this kind of thing happens, it becomes a gender problem and also a poverty problem. Then people in the many Dalit and Adivasi communities who are living near the brick factories, the tanneries, and the coal plants also get affected. So there's a case study in Kanpur's district, a leather district, which found that chromium contamination in soil and groundwater is much more than the safe limits, and this has been documented by the National Green Tribunal. Still, this has been left unaddressed. To add to this, the children in Delhi's most polluted neighborhoods have shown signs
Madam,
of...
sorry to disturb you, but you are exceeding the time given to you. So may I request you to be in the frame?
Just wrapping up. Thank you, sir. So the IQs are declining. Now, as mentioned, the problem is structural. So what needs to be done? So to wrap up, I think I will skip to my concluding part. Now, what happened in Mumbai last week matters so much because now this is not a solution. It's like a proof of concept for us. The BMC issued over 1,000 stop work notices. Sensors were on 88% of the construction sites. So the air cleared and people were actually feeling the difference. So the thing is, this pollution problem has not been solved, but it tells us that the technical capacity is there. So this paper proposes 4 things that a government response needs to inculcate. Firstly, we need to treat Ranjit Singh case as binding. The right to clean environment cannot be traded against the economic growth numbers, as against industrial growth numbers, and this judgment needs to actually constrain policy decisions. It just doesn't need to just appear in speeches. Second, we need to build genuinely independent institutions. Our state pollution control boards need to be insulated from the political pressure. They need to be funded by independent bodies, and there's a structural conflict of interest between the state government and the pollution control boards, which we need to take care of. Thirdly, we need to give the affected communities a real seat at the table. So we are not talking about public discussions and then ignoring it. We are talking about participation in the real sense, like how the Forest Rights Act created for the forest communities. And lastly, we need to make the political costs of inaction visible. So as long as the AQI remains a number, an abstract concept, politicians can ignore it. So when this becomes into like data of these many school days lost, how many hospital admissions, livelihoods destroyed, it becomes harder to ignore this, and it becomes an electoral issue as well. So let me close with the words of the Supreme Court in 1987 in the MC Mehta versus Union of India case. The court said the planet Earth is billions of years old. The flora and fauna which adorn it are gifts of nature to mankind. So this sense of trusteeship, that we hold the natural world not as owners but as custodians. We hold it for each other and for those who are going to come after us. This runs through 4 decades of India's environmental journey. And so we have the right in the Constitution. The court has affirmed it. What remains is our will to live up to it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for your thoughtful presentation on an important contemporary issue. Sir, you may now ask your question to the presenter.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam, for your presentation. And your topic was actually the intersection of law, ethics, and environmental science. And you belongs to which stream? Your subjects, specialized subjects?
Political science.
Political science. Okay, so you have added law, ethics, environmental science, and your own perspective, political science. So it was actually a very interdisciplinary subject that you presented. Just one question. If you have to select one choice, right to do the business and the citizens' right to have the clean environment, which one you prefer?
Sir, you have asked me a wonderful question because I think this is the question that our state also has to deal with. And I don't think we need to choose between the two. There can be a balance, and we have shown this balance in our history. After the 1990s liberalization, I think we borrowed a Western model of development and we started thinking the right of citizens as something which is opposite to the right of like the rights of businessmen and the opportunities that we get to do economic development. I don't think they are contradictory to each other. And in fact, if we focus on the right of citizens, if we focus on actually developing the consciousness of citizens, I think by default, our business, our economic growth, our economic development all will get a positive impact.
Yeah, thank you. The best, in my opinion, the best answer could be the sustainable development.
Yes, exactly. Sorry, I did not use the term, but I meant that.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
important.
thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Anjali madam, for your nice presentation. Now, our last paper presenter, that is Associate Professor Uttam Pawar, sir, to present his research paper titled Statistical Analysis of Rainfall Characteristics of the NABARD Basin, Central India. Sir, you may please share your screen and begin your presentation.
My screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible. You may start.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dr. Uttam Pawar. Today I am going to talk on the topic Statistical Analysis of Rainfall Characteristics of the Narmada Basin from Central India. Introduction. Meteorological conditions, mainly the amount of rainfall and intensity, is the prime aspect in flood hydrometeorology. Its spatio-temporal distribution in terms of the magnitude and recurrence period has significant effect on the floods in the Narmada Basin. The Narmada Basin is monsoon dominated. Most of the basins stations receive 90% and above rainfall during the monsoon season, that is from the month of the June to the September. Flood studies are mainly related with some of the notable synoptic conditions such as low pressure system, El Nino, La Nina situation, and the heavy rainfall events which occurred because of the low pressure system that pass nearby or cross the Narmada Basin caused heavy floods in the Narmada Basin in history. Aims and objective of the research work are to investigate rainfall region characteristics of the Narmada Basin, to understand the meteorological characteristics of the floods in the Narmada Basin. Data and methodology. Rainfall data, daily, highest 24 hours, mean monthly, and annual average rainfall data were obtained from India Meteorological Department, IMD, Pune. We have selected for this Dindori, Haraiya, Kannauj, Harsud, Burwaha, Barwani, Alirajpur, Ankleshwar, Renge stations, which are located in the basin. Sea surface temperature data obtained from the research work published by the Wright 1989 for the period of 1901 to 1982, and for 1983 onwards were obtained from the CPC NOVA. Methodology used. Some of the basic statistical techniques such as mean, standard deviation, coefficient of variation, skewness, time series plots, percent departure from mean, normalized accumulated departure from mean, Mann-Kendall test, and index of ENSO. Location of the Narmada Basin. Narmada Basin is located in the central part of the India, and it is the largest west flowing river in India. The Narmada Basin occupy parts of the Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Gujarat states. Its origin At Amarkantak Plateau, Michael Range at an elevation 1055 meter. The total length of the Narmada River is 1312 kilometer and the drainage basin area is about 98,796 square kilometer. And the geology of the basin consists of the basaltic lava, Archean rock, Cambrian and tertiary sediment. Drainage network of the Narmada basin. The major tributaries of the Narmada basin are Burain, Banjar, Hiran, Tawa, Chota Tawa and Orsang. This is the spatial distribution of the rainfall in the Narmada basin, and in the upper and middle reaches of the Narmada basin, in the Satpura range and Michael Hills range, there is heavy rainfall. It is about 1,400 millimeter and above. But in the lower central part of the Narmada basin, rainfall ranges between 500 to 600 millimeter. This region comes in rain shadow zone area of the India, and annual average rainfall of the Narmada basin is 975 millimeter. The statistical analysis: the Narmada basin receives rainfall mainly monsoon season, and among these stations, all the stations receives the maximum rainfall in the month of July, which is the core monsoon season, followed by August. If we talk about the annual average rainfall of the basin among these stations, Dindori station receives the maximum annual average rainfall, which is 1,408 millimeter, and it also receives the maximum monsoon rainfall are 1,290 millimeter, whereas the lowest rainfall in the basin is received by the Barwani station. It is annual average rainfall 648 millimeter and monsoon rainfall 614 millimeter. These are the mean monthly rainfall graphs. In these graphs, we can observe that Dindori, Haraya, Kannauj, and Harsad, all stations show maximum rainfall in the month of July, followed by August, and post and pre-monsoon season, the rainfall activities are very negligible. Likewise, Burwa, Barwani, Alirajpur, and Ankleshwar reflect the similar trend of rainfall at the station, particularly in the month of July, August, and pre and post monsoon very low rainfall. Annual rainfall characteristics in the Narmada basin at selected station. Here, average annual rainfall varies from 1,408 millimeter to 793 millimeter. Hello, presentation is visible. Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Visible. Okay, thank you. Next is annual maximum series of selected stations at the Narmada basin. Here, Dindori, Haraya, Kannauj, and Harsud. Both these stations shows there is some of the highest rainfall peaks and some of the lowest rainfall peaks. It indicates that some of the years these stations receive the maximum rainfall and some of the years receive minimum. So it creates flood and drought conditions in the Narmada basin. Similar pattern here we can observe some of the highest rainfall station with the peaks. This filled black color dots represent the flood years in the Narmada basin. Percentage departure from mean rainfall of the basin. Here, this shows the deviation in the rainfall in terms of the percentage, and this filled black color triangle represent the flood years in the Narmada basin. And we can observe in between 1940 to 2000, the most of the floods occur when there is a significant positive departure in the mean annual rainfall of the Narmada basin. One of the highest rainfall and flood generating cause in the Narmada basin is the low pressure systems, which normally originate over the Bay of Bengal during the monsoon season and moves either northwest or the westward. This is the one case in the year 1970 when the Narmada Basin experienced the highest flood in the history, which recorded almost 70,000 cubic meter per second discharge at the Garudeshwar, which is located the downstream in the Gujarat. And this is the isohydral map of the 1970 flood events. It shows the one-day rainfall that occurs in the Narmada Basin. Another case of the flood in the Narmada Basin is also associated with the low pressure system, which occurred in the year 1973, and it also recorded 61,000 cubic meter per second discharge at Garudeshwar, which is the lowermost discharge gauging site in the Narmada Basin. And this map shows the isohydral rainfall, which covers the whole Narmada Basin and nearby the basins of the Narmada River. Next is 12 July 1974 flood. This is also associated with the low pressure system, and this map shows the isohydral map, and it caused almost 60,000 cubic meter per second discharge recorded at Garudeshwar site in the Narmada Basin. From these maps and low pressure system, that we can say that the low pressure systems can have intense rainfall activity and creates heavy rainfall and floods in the basin area in which they travel. Particularly, the lifespan of this low pressure system maximum 4 to 5 days, and that caused the flooding in the basin. Now, the relationship between the annual rainfall total and the flood occurrence. Here, the y-axis represents the rainfall departure from mean, and here x-axis the discharge departure from mean. And in this sector, you can observe when there is a maximum positive departure in rainfall, the maximum departure in discharge also recorded. And some of the notable flood years are 1970, 1973, then 1990, 1994, 1961, and 1959 flood.
Sir, sorry
Normalized
to
accumulated departure from mean and discharge.
Sorry
Hello?
to interrupt you, but the time is given, whatever is over. Please come to the conclusion slide.
I'm at the end part of the presentation. This shows the normalized departure from NADM, and here you can observe between 1950 and 2000 the maximum flood occur and discharges were very high. The Mankandal trend shows although there are floods and increasing intensity, but the overall rainfall of the Narmada Basin is decreasing as the Z score value is minus 2.82. This is the floods. Blue dot represent the floods in the Narmada Basin when there is either no El Nino situation and La Nina situation. It shows the low pressure system has a significant role in the flooding. Conclusion, relationship between annual rainfall total and the flood occurrence indicate that most of the floods have occurred during the years when the rainfall is above average. Comparison of NADM with the plot of the large floods in the Narmada Basin indicates that period of below average annual rainfall was associated with the low frequency of floods, and above average rainfall such as 1960-1990 was associated with the high frequency and large magnitude floods in the Narmada Basin. The Mankandal analysis based on the monsoon rainfall over the Narmada Basin shows decreasing trend for the last 150 years, that is 1901 to 2015. And so analysis indicate that probability having high monsoon rainfall in the Narmada Basin is more during normal condition than the low during the warm and so conditions. Thank you for patiently hearing.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presentation. Sir, you may kindly ask your question.
Yes, please. Dhanyavad, Pawar Sahib. Thank you very much for your presentation. Which statistical package you have used for analysis?
What, sir?
Any statistical package that you have used for your analysis?
Most of the analysis done by using Excel software, and for mapping GIS software used, and some of the trend analysis technique I have used R software, R Studio.
Okay. And what I just want your comment, because we have seen very stable and average rainfall. But we also notice extreme rainfall events. So how you can correlate it?
Yeah, that is, I was telling that there are some events, not throughout the 150 years, but some events when low pressure systems that either they cross the Narmada basin or they move parallel, because these low pressure systems have a capacity to drag moisture laden wind from the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, because low pressure system are the zones of the low pressure which creates low pressure over the land area and high pressure Arabian Sea, and that cause there is a strong flow generate from Arabian Sea to low pressure area, and that cause heavy rainfall when this low pressure system generates.
Okay. Yes, madam, all presentations are over or any left?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Now we have completed the paper presentation. I humbly invite our respected chairperson and resource person, Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev, sir, to deliver his concluding remark and guide us on the theme Recent Trend in Interdisciplinary Research. Sir, we kindly request you to share your valuable insights and academic guidance.
Yeah, thank you so much. At the outset, thank you very much for inviting me for an interdisciplinary presentation, because I belong to an interdisciplinary stream. Total 4 papers were presented. The last one was by Mr. Uttam Pawar, and the topic was the statistical analysis of rainfall characteristics of Narmada Basin. The third one was intersecting environment pollution, law, ethics, environmental science, and the topic was environmental pollution and limits of human rights protection in India. The second one was by Professor Bhuneshwari, talking about the geomorphological perspective and flooding in the Vaitarna River. And the first one, which was actually presented second, by Professor Sujata Phadtad, and the topic was geomorphic indices and tectonic assessment. So I think out of the 4 presenters, 3 presenters are from the geography. Am I right? Or aligned subjects?
Yes, sir.
All are from the geography. And one who presented the environmental pollution, the madam was from the political science.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the theme of this particular presentation is about recent trends in interdisciplinary research. So before I just give the comments for 2 to 3 minutes, let me summarize your presentation part. In most of the presentation, we are giving only 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes. And even that 10 minutes is categorized as for 8 minutes you have to present, and for remaining 2 minutes, it was the question and answer. But 99.99% the people will not ask the question. And if it is in online mode, then definitely there will not be any question. So what I would suggest for your next presentation, wherever you present, make sure that you avoid that introduction part and the starting part, etc., etc. You can directly jump with the objectives, hypotheses, statistical methods, and the findings, so that you can talk more and more about your findings. And the second thing is, what is ultimate implication of your output? What is the ultimate utilization of your research finding? That was missing in most of the cases, because whatever the research that we have undertaken should have some practical utility, maybe for deciding the policy, maybe deciding our own rules and regulations, or maybe at a for a wide spectrum from government point of view. So that was missing. So make sure, I don't know, it may be there in your whole presentation, but perhaps it was not presented. But I was more interested in knowing what is the utility of my research. Then the bibliography has to be mentioned at the end, which I think none of you mentioned, maybe by mistake or maybe you have forgotten. So we require that bibliography and references and the citation from wherever that you have taken, even me a single word that you have taken, even the package that you have used, you have to mention which package, which statistical tools, etc., etc. So these are all common things which I think any presenter should keep in mind. I hope you agree with me. Yes, Anjali Ja?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was it there or it's missed out?
No, sir. Bibliography was missing in my PPT as well.
Okay. So These are the common observations. Now, when we talk about the interdisciplinary research, now generally it is said that the future will not belong to the specialist, or future will not belongs to just the specialist alone. The host has asked to start your video. Start my video. I got one note on my screen. Yeah, as I was mentioning, when we talk about the interdisciplinary, yes, now the world is not of the specialist people, but we require the integrators. So those who can come with ideas, those who can connect with the people, and then many discipline will come together, and we expect a very meaningful output. So this is the basic idea of the interdisciplinary research. So out of the 4 presentations, now you will think yourself how the same topic can be converted from an interdisciplinary perspective. Maybe very difficult, very challenging, and very difficult to complete in a given span. But when we say interdisciplinary, it has to look at from the multiple perspective. I will give the simple example, because I may not be a geography student or a teacher, but geography is a part and parcel of my life. It is not just the 100-mark paper or 50 marks paper that we learn from the school days. Let us take a simple example. We are talking about the climate change. In generic, out of 4, 3 paper were related to, all paper were related to the concern about the environment. So when we talk about the climate change, when I say the interdisciplinary conference or interdisciplinary project, so it has to involve multiple perspectives. Maybe the science, maybe your own subjects, maybe economics involved in it, maybe the politics involved in it, maybe the ethics involved in it. Then in true sense, your subject is becoming an interdisciplinary. Otherwise, it is not even transacting my own subject. So this is what I want to give the message. And these experiments we have done in one of the college, a single topic, and let the people from different stream they come together and let they apply their own specialized knowledge in their own stream. And in that sense, the subject really become the interdisciplinary, and that will really help to have the best of best research impact and even the best of best opportunities. It will definitely address broader needs of the society and the country at large. So that part, I think we all are missing. Whenever I want to present, I will just look at the subject from my perspective. But now, after implementation of NEP 2020, I think I should broaden my perspective, not limited to only my subject. And basically geography, at least in Mumbai University, the geography is an interdisciplinary subject. The environment is an interdisciplinary subject. So let the subject, the topic be the same, but have the different angles, have the different perspectives, so that we will really have that excellent multi-perspective and interdisciplinary output. So that will be more scalable and it will be more sustainable output. So I hope you agree with me or maybe partially agree with me. Yes, the presenters.
Yes, sir.
So next time we will transact, we'll come out of our horizon. We'll come out of the confined subject knowledge. Let 2, 3 people come together, the same subject, let the law perspective, let the ethics perspective, let the geography, that is the origin perspective, and all together we will discuss, we will explore, and that will give the best of best output. So this is what we expect when we say the interdisciplinary. And that part, I think we all, including me, should be taken care whenever we present our paper next time, because that will be helping all of us to transfer our knowledge into a meaningful solution. So with this note, I think thank you very much for inviting me. And absolutely all the 3 topics were, I really enjoyed, because absolutely new to me, because I am not a geography learner. To some extent, the law, ethics, environmental pollution are familiar to me. So I really enjoyed the presentation. I learned a lot. There are a lot of things to be learned in future. So with this note, thank you very much all the presenters. Thank you very much the organizers, and wish you all the best for your next presentations and next paper. Dhanyavad, Auti sir.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening remarks and thoughtful guidance. Now I invite Assistant Professor Manoj Sawan sir to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, you are not audible.
Okay. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. As we conclude this enlightening session, I am Mr. Manoj Chavan on behalf of the IQAC of Gokhale Society Sri Bhavsa College. Stand here to express my sincere gratitude. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev sir, Associate Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, University of Mumbai. Your insights into the sub-theme, recent trends in international research have been incredibly thought-provoking and have added immense value to our central theme, interdisciplinary innovation in research methodology, understanding a transforming society ahead its emerging issues. My thanks go to all the researchers and students who presented their papers. Today, your contributions are vital to understanding the emerging issues of our transforming society. I'm grateful to our coordinator, Mrs. Kavita Dangle Madam, and our rapporteur, Mini Rajan Madam, for their meticulous management and documentation of this session. A special mention to our principal and conference secretary, Professor Dr. M. Kulkarni, and convener, Dr. M.D. Avti, for their vision in organizing this national web conference. Finally, I thank all the attendees joining us online via YouTube for your active participation and engagement. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manoj sir, for the formal oath of thanks. With this, we successfully conclude paper presentation session on the recent trend in interdisciplinary research. Now we move ahead to session 4, the valedictory session. I respectfully hand over the virtual platform to Dr. Pramod Dengle sir for the valedictory session. Sir, kindly take over.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much. Shall I quit before you start the next part?
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the session.
Thank you, Avti sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Dengue sir, you can proceed.
Yes.
Plenary
thank you, sir.
session 4 and valedictory.
To begin with the concluding session and valedictory note, Honorable President Dr. R.P. Deshpande sir, esteemed Chairperson Dr. Suhasini Sant ma'am, honored Secretary and Treasurer Dr. Dipti Deshpande ma'am, our respected Principal and Conference Secretary Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni ma'am, our distinguished keynote speaker and the chief guest Professor Dr. Amit Dhorde sir, our Vice Principal and the Branch Secretary and the Conference Convener Dr. Mahesh Avti sir, College Coordinator and the Conference Joint Coordinator Dr. Runal Khobragade sir, IQAC Coordinator and Conference Coordinator Dr. Sushila Yadav ma'am, Convener Dr. Uttam Pawar sir, Professor Suhas Sawant, Professor Upal Seth and Professor Ujjwala Ambekar. I extend a very warm welcome to you all this afternoon. We are also honored to have with us distinguished guests, principals of sister institutions, faculty members, scholars, and fellow researchers. Very warm welcome to you all on this virtual platform. I am Dr. Pramod Dengle and it is my distinct honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this valedictory session, and our gathering will reflect on a day of rigorous dialogue and discovery. The sub-theme of this session is research ethics in the age of digitalization. The session is presided by Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant ma'am, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society. The theme of our conference, Interdisciplinary Innovation in Research Methodology, has challenged us to look beyond the silos of individual subjects to better understand our rapidly transforming society. To officially set the tone for this final session, I invite Honorable Principal of the College, Professor Manjusha Kulkarni ma'am, to deliver the welcome address. Please, over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon and very warm welcome to all respected dignitaries, Honorable President of this valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Suhasini Sant, Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society, Zonal Secretary of Mumbai, and President of today's valedictory function. Also, warm welcome to our chief guest of valedictory function, as well as the eminent resource person, Professor Dr. Amit Dhurde, Head Department of Geography, Pune University, our esteemed guest, distinguished delegates, dear participants, colleagues, and students. It is with great pride and privilege that I welcome you all in this valedictory function of one day web conference, national web conference organized by Gokhale Education Societies, Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, Borivali, Mumbai. First, let me take this moment to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, resource persons, and participants who made this conference a grand success. We have witnessed stimulating discussions and thought provoking plenary sessions around our theme Interdisciplinary Innovations in Research Methodology, Understanding a Transforming Society and its Emerging Issues. We are honored to welcome President of Valedictory Function, Honorable Dr. Suhasini Santa Madam, Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society Nashik, and Zonal Secretary of Mumbai Zone, and ex-principal of our Borivali College, with an illustration academic career over 4 decades. She holds a PhD and MPhil. Dr. Suhasini Sant Madam, a stalwart in education, has dedicated over 4 decades to nurturing the students and shaping the academic institutions. She spearheaded numerous initiatives that elevated the institution's standing. Under her guidance, numerous conferences on contemporary and interdisciplinary topics have been successfully organized. Dr. Sant Madam served in key administrative roles, including the principal and vice principal, and has contributed significantly to curriculum development and academic committees at the University of Mumbai. Numerous articles on education. Now, thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation and made this webinar more precious with your gracious online presence. Thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation. Seminar, conferences, and exhibitions are the most important part of education. Role of a teacher is a counselor. Such initiatives not only broaden the students' horizon, but also enable them to appreciate the finer details of this multidisciplinary discipline. As per my knowledge, Vedas is the only literature in the world which gives the basic thinking in management. Now, I also extend a warm welcome to our chief guest of valedictory function and the eminent resource person for the plenary session 4th, Professor Dr. Amit Dhurde, Head Department of Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. It is an honor to welcome an eminent academic leader whose contributions have left an indelible mark on higher education. Dr. Amit Dhurde brings over 2 decades of expertise in academic leadership and in research. He served as the HOD, head of the Department of Geography at Savitribai Phule Pune University, driving the initiatives that elevated academics and research standards in geography, remote sensing, climatology. Dr. Amit Dhurde has played an important role in developing the curricula and academic policies that nurture the growth of future generation. Now, his dedication and visionary approach continues to inspire the academic community. Sir, your extensive contribution to academia and your commitment to fostering the innovation in higher education is really appreciated. We are fortunate to have the distinguished personalities addressing the theme with depth and insight, motivating us to think beyond the conventional boundaries of the education and research. Thank you very much, Dr. Dhurde sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with your gracious presence and valuable guidance. Once again, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our President, Honorable Sant Madam, and Honorable Eminent Resource Person and Chief Guest for the valedictory function, Dr. Amit Dhurde sir. Now, I take this opportunity to place on record our gratitude to our late Dr. M.S. Gosavi sir, former Secretary and Director General of Gokhale Education Society. He made every effort to achieve the global standard and excellence in the field of education and research. I offer my sincere thanks with full reverence to Honorable Dr. Dipti Deshpande Madam, Secretary of Gokhale Education Society, whose impactful contribution to the field of education have been widely recognized. She also accepted our invitation and president for the first inaugural session. I would like to thank Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President of Gokhale Education Society, and also Chairman, Honorable Sant Madam, for the effective guidance and moral support always. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our Vice Principal, Dr. Mahesh Auti, whose commitment and meticulous planning has been instrumental in bringing this event successful, along with all team member of conference. I appreciate and acknowledge the tremendous efforts taken and support by all committee members, all coordinators of the session, rapporteur, and those who are given the vote of thanks, all my colleagues, also non-teaching staff, for their valuable contribution to make this webinar more successful. We have enabled to have speak also our all keynote speaker for the first session, Dr. Vijay Gosavi sir, then Dr. Vinayak Joshi, Director, IQSC and HOD of Mathematics, Pune University, Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakradev, Dean Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, University of Mumbai, then also Dr. Amit Dhurde and Honorable Santa Madam, President of this function. I'm sure that this webinar will be an unforgettable, rewarding experience to the participants who will be exposed to the current and futuristic developments in various fields, including research. With this, once again, I'm thankful to all, and also, again, I'm welcome. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our valedictory function president, Honorable Dr. Sant Madam, and Honorable Chief Guest and the resource person, Dr. Amit Dhurde, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to sir.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for formally welcoming the dignitaries on this virtual dais. To proceed, I call upon Professor Priyanka Auti, ma'am, to introduce the distinguished dignitaries on this virtual dais today. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Am I audible clearly, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're perfectly audible.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce eminent personalities who have made remarkable contributions to the field of education and research. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished president of the function, respected Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, and our esteemed chief guest and resource person, respected Dr. Amit Dhorde. With great respect and pride, I now begin the introduction of President of today's valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Chairperson GE Society, Zonal Secretary of Mumbai, and former principal of our Borivali College. She is distinguished academician with more than 4 decades of dedicated service in higher education. Her qualification is MCom, MPhil, and earned PhD in marketing from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. Her strong academic background reflects her commitment, excellence in education and research. She began her teaching career in 1980 as an assistant professor at Sri Bhausaheb Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali. And through her dedication and hard work, she later took on the responsibility of principal in 2008. With more than 40 years of teaching experience at the graduate level and nearly 20 years at the postgraduate level, she has guided and inspired thousands of students throughout her academic journey. At the university level, Dr. Sant Madam has made remarkable contribution as an examiner, paper setter, moderator, and member of syllabus revision committees of the University of Mumbai. She has served as a referee for MPhil and PhD thesis for reputed universities, including Savitribai Phule Pune University. She has also been actively involved as a member of local inquiry committees and selection committees for assistant professors and principals. Apart from her teaching and administrative responsibilities, she has also made significant contributions in the area of publications and academic development. She has co-authored a book on export marketing and has contributed articles to leading newspapers such as Lok Satta, Maharashtra Times, Times of India, and Midday, covering topics like consumer awareness, investor protection, and education. Her visionary leadership has brought remarkable institutional development. Under her guidance, the college achieved permanent affiliation from the University of Mumbai and the introduction of several self-financing courses. She has been honored with several prestigious awards, including the Best Teacher Award by Gokhale Education Society, the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Adarsha Shikshak Puraskar, and the Teacher of Distinction Award. She currently serves as chairperson of Gokhale Education Society and continues to contribute actively to the education development. Madam, your dedication, visionary leadership, and lifelong commitment to education are truly inspiring to all of us. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to you. We are deeply honored to have you preside over this valedictory. Now, the chief guest and resource person of this session, Dr. Amit Dhorde. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed chief guest and resource person for today's valedictory function, Dr. Amit Dhorde, professor and head of Department of Geography at Savitribai Phule Pune University. He is a highly respected academician with more than 25 years of rich teaching and research experience at postgraduate level. He completed his master's degree with second rank at university and later on his PhD with specialization in climatology. His areas of expertise include climate variability, urban climate, environmental change, and the application of geoinformatics in assessing natural hazards such as drought. To further strengthen his expertise, he completed a postgraduate diploma in natural hazards and disaster risk management from the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing in collaboration with ITC Netherlands. Secured first rank in this course and was awarded a gold medal, which reflects his academic excellence and dedication. He has authored more than 40 research papers published in reputed national and international journals. He has also written book chapters and contributed significantly to scientific literature in the field of climatology and environmental studies. He has presented research papers at numerous national and international conferences and has visited several countries for academic purposes. Under his able guidance, several scholars have successfully completed their PhD, and he has completed major and minor research projects funded by various agencies. He is also an active member of professional bodies such as the Indian Meteorological Society and the National Association of Geographers of India. Sir, your vast knowledge, research contribution, and dedication to academic excellence are truly inspiring. Your presence today adds great value to this conference. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to you. Sir, we are deeply honored to you have as our chief guest and resource. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
So thank you very much for those nice words.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, sir, please. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful introduction of the distinguished dignitaries. To add a final layer of perspective to our theme of emerging issues in a transforming society, I now invite our chief guest and the keynote speaker, Professor Amit Dorde, sir, Head, Department of Geography. Sir, we eagerly look forward to your insight. The virtual floor is yours. Please, sir.
So thank you for those nice words and good introduction. At the outset, I would like to say good afternoon to one and all, particularly the president of the function, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, a very well-known educationalist, and also the chairperson of the Gokhale Education Society. I would like to also thank the college and the organizing committee member of Sri Bhausaheb Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College and the Seth Kanji V. Parekh Arts and Commerce Junior College for inviting me to this conference, to this web conference or internet-based conference. And particularly on this virtual dais, I like to pay my respects to Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, Dr. Mahesh Auti, Dr. Sushila Yadav, Dr. Mrunal Khobragade, and my student Dr. Uttam Pawar, who is the co-convener, and all the dignitaries and the authorities of the college and the society, and also the participants. I thank you for inviting me for this conference and to speak on the topic research ethics in the age of digitalization, which has become a very important matter of discussion in the academic world, where we are exposed to number of data. We are also exposed to huge amount of material that has been made available to us through different sources. So I would like to begin by sharing with some of my slides. I hope I am audible and my slide is visible.
You are audible, sir. Now slides are also visible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
I was told to speak on this topic, research ethics in the age of digitalization. Now, to begin with, I would like to just share with you this research paper or editorial from Nature, which was published in 2023, just 3 years back. So, if you look at this, the graph on the right hand side shows you the number of research articles published in journals, and in 2023 more than 10,000 articles were retracted from different journals. And the lower graph shows you the countries with highest retraction rates. That is the highest retractions are from Saudi Arabia, and the lowest one in the top countries is from India. And this shows that why these journals and why they are retracted. That is because the papers have been either partly or fully copied from different sources or different paper. The data has been copied. The data that was already published in another journal, in another paper, was used, or the methodologies have been copied. So this has become a very, very important subject, very significant one for the academic world. And from this particular publication, the analysis has showed that around 1/4 of the total number of retractions are from conference papers, and the bulk of those withdrawals are from IEEE, which has pulled more than 10,000 such papers in the last 20 years or 2 decades. Okay. So this becomes very significant, that why so many retractions are increasing. As you could see, in 2013 there were less than 2,000 retractions, and in just 10 years into 2023 more than 10,000 articles have been retracted by different journals. And this graph is from another publication by Sharma et al. In the Journal of Humanities in Social Science Communication. And here you can see that the number of or the rate in percentage of the research journals that are being published, and also the year-wise rate of publication, and also the retractions in India. Okay. So this is the India-specific data. As you could see, the rate of publication in somewhere around 2022 or 21, it is around 10%, and the rate of retraction is also more or less same. So it shows that out of say 100 articles that are published, around 12 articles are retracted now. They have to be taken back by the journals because of number of issues related with similarity, or nowadays we are very much aware about these issues that I'm also going to talk about. So research ethics, we all know, sir, what is this research ethics, and because of these ethics were not followed, now more and more such articles have been retracted. So everyone knows that what constitutes research ethics is integrity and honesty in research, that you have to be very, very honest in reporting your research findings, and you have to be also very, very transparent. Whatever methodology you are using, that methodology has to be very, very transparent. You have to include it in your articles. You have to also, because that is the research article is the way you communicate with the world, showing what methods you have used. So your methodology has to be transparent. There should be accountability in reporting, that you should be accountable to someone, that if you report wrongly, then actions will be taken against you or also against the institution that you are serving in. Then research ethic also includes respect for research participants, that those other participants or your own co-authors, for them also you have to be respectful, because many times publications are collaborative and you include your part from your side. So whatever you are reporting from your side, if that is already published in your another journal, so that is not very good from academics point of view. And finally, confidentiality and data protection.
So whatever data you are showing, so that data should be also protected. It should not be that your same data will become available to someone else and someone else will be using that data. And also there should be some kind of confidentiality. Sometimes what happens, the journals, they ask you to submit your data, which will not be published in the article as such. So what was the base of your data analysis? And the journal also has a very significant role that data should be protected. So all our ethical research ethics, they revolve around these core ethical principles of honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, and you are also should be socially very, very responsible, because sometimes when in your articles you are publishing photographs, you are publishing the images where people will be exposed or their identities will be exposed. So that kind of social responsibility is also required when you're publishing your article, whether it is in the form of written research paper in a journal or it is in the form of presentation in different conferences. Okay, so now the topic that was given to me, research ethics in the age of digitalization. Why this topic is very, very significant and important? Mainly because of the explosion of the digital data. Then you have AI assisted research tools that are now being used increasingly by the researchers, by the students, by the academia. Online publishing and predatory journals are coming up. Publishing has become online, become easier due to the online journals. And at the same time, you are having predatory journals also. Another important aspect is data privacy and security risks which are involved. So the data should be kept private, and as well as some kind of security mechanism should be also in place as far as the data is concerned. And now people are publishing in collaboration with the other countries, with other scientists which are from other part of the world. So global research collaboration is also one of the important aspects of this digitalization and research ethics. Okay. So first of all, when we talk about this explosion of digital data, we all know that the amount of digital data that we are getting, it is unprecedented. The volume is unprecedented. We are now generating more data in a single day than entire centuries produced before this digital era. So in a single day, huge amount of unprecedented amount of data has been produced, and the sources of this data production, they are social media platforms, satellite images, GPS tracking, our vehicles are tracked, our mobile phones are tracked, Internet of Things devices, mobile applications are coming up. They are collecting huge amount of data from the consumers or the people who are using these mobile applications. Online transactions are being generated. These transactions may be related with the financial transactions. They may be in the form of the email, or they may be any other kind of online transaction. Digital surveys are being carried out nowadays, and these digital surveys are producing huge amount of data related to the participants, their age, their gender, the place where they are coming from, where they work, their working hours, their salary. Lot of data has been coming up, and particularly in the research field, where I am coming from, earth sciences. So high resolution satellite images are getting generated, they are being used. So gigabytes to terabyte scale of data has been now generated by the satellites. Continuous sensor data is there. There are sensors, there are temperature sensors, there are humidity sensors. Then you are having sensors for air pollution monitoring. So these sensors are continuously collecting data. Large scale survey data sets are now being made available to us. real-time climate data is also streaming nowadays, that what is the temperature in Pune, what is the temperature in Mumbai at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So huge amount of data has been now generated, and there is a kind of a data explosion. There are 3 V's of this big data. Nowadays we are talking about big data analysis: volume, velocity, and variety. Huge amount of volume is there. As you could see here, in this particular figure, that global data creation is now about to explode. In 2002, we hardly had 2 zettabyte. 1 zettabyte is equal to 1 billion terabytes. And now in 2025, we are having around 175 zettabytes of data. And in 2035, we will be having 2142 zettabytes of data that will be made available to us. So much of amount of data is now being generated, and these data are being used by number of people, by companies, by the institutions, by the governments. Okay, so volume was one aspect. Then secondly, velocity. Real-time data is now coming up. So like for example, every 10 year earlier, we used to carry out census every 10 years. Field survey was being done once in one season or twice in a year. But now real-time weather monitoring has come up, that every day 24-hour weather has been monitored, 24-hour traffic has been monitored, 24-hour your mobile is being tracked, your vehicles are tracked, live mobility tracking is there, continuous satellite updates are there. So huge amount of data is available, and satellites images are taken every day, continuous updation is there. These images are used for monitoring the traffic in the city, for monitoring constructions, for monitoring air pollution. So a lot of monitoring is now happening, and this is creating pressure, because in the institutions a lot of data is being used for research. This is creating pressure for faster publication cycles, that the institution that where you are working, they are saying that you should come up with publications, and they should be faster enough. Quick interpretation should be done. There is huge amount of you are now exposed to so much of data, and analysts are there, so they have to quickly interpret the data. Rapid dissemination of the data should also take place. There is a huge pressure that this data should go to the public, they should go to the government offices or the institutions involved or the NGOs. So that stress is always there, that because of this. So lot of pressure has been created because of the velocity at which the data is being produced and the volume of the data that is being produced. So there are ethical risks are there. What are the ethical risks? That we quickly make this analysis without thinking much. Very quickly, rushed analysis been carried out, and validation is not done. Incomplete validation is there, just because you have to very quickly analyze and publish this data, or you have to tabulate the data and give it to someone. So incomplete validation is there. So there is an ethical risk involved in this. There is always a risk of spread of misinformation, because this data is coming so quickly and you have to analyze it so quickly, and then it has to be further moved to the next chain in the decision making process. So spread of misinformation is also there. There is always this risk of misinformation. So with the data made available and the velocity at which it is been made available, all these risks, they come into play. Particularly ethically, you have to be very careful. Okay. Then variety, that means the data is having now variety, that is, it is no longer just tables. Okay. So earlier, like we used to just create tables. So now this data, it includes texts, it includes videos, it includes images, it also includes GPS coordinates, it includes biometric data of people, it includes social media posts. So people are posting every second. We are having thousands of posts on different platforms, like Facebook is there, Twitter, X is there, or different LinkedIn is there, WhatsApp is there, number of social media posts also. So this data, it comes in variety now. Okay. Now, what is the ethical issue in such kind of data sets? combining data sets may reveal identities, even if each data set is anonymized individually. So when you are trying to combine, someone would not like to be known, or the data from where it is coming, they would not like their name to be included. So when you are combining the data sets, that mistakenly or in the process itself, you might reveal identities of people, of institution, or of the offices from where this data has been coming, or of the individuals. Okay. So for example, when you are combining GIS location or GPS location with the demographic data, it may unintentionally identify some vulnerable groups in the society, or the vulnerable areas in the society. So that becomes, because you are including GIS location data. So location data means very easily this particular location can be tracked and known, even if the community over there, it doesn't want their identities to be revealed. These vulnerable groups, their identities will be revealed unknowingly. Then veracity. Veracity means what we say, the accuracy about the data. That is also a concern. Quality and reliability of the data. We are not very sure whether the data is accurate or not, and not all data will be accurate. So that is again a question. So if it is accurate or not accurate, and you don't know, and we are using this data for analysis. Bots are nowadays generating fake data. Fake data are generated, fake images can be generated. Social media data, they may be biased. According to a particular individual's opinion, he will put a post on the social media. So that becomes a individual bias. It may be a bias from a particular organization. So these data sets, they are biased. If you are getting data from sensors, like for example, I am talking about monitoring of air pollution. There is a sensor, and that sensor is monitoring sulfur dioxide or nitrous oxide levels. If that sensor malfunctions and you are getting some inaccurate data, so without checking if you are using that data, that becomes a important concern. So there is an ethical dilemma over here. Should researchers use large but unreliable data set, because you are just getting huge amount of data, but this data, whether they are reliable or unreliable, should we use it? That is an ethical dilemma. So the data that I am getting, whether it is accurate or not, quantity should not replace quality. So though you are getting huge amount of data, sometimes, in the research, we say that your sample size is 100. Maybe it is not enough sample size. Maybe you increase that sample size to 1,000, and then it will be a good quantity. So whether by increasing the sample size and whether that is a good quality data, we are not sure about it. So that becomes a problem when you are going to include that kind of data. Then another aspects are data ownership and control. Okay. So the data is getting generated digitally, but who is owning this data? The participant involved in the survey or involved in that particular activity, whether he is the owner of the data, the institution that is carrying out that survey, whether they are the owner of this data, or the data, it is stored in the cloud storage. So the provider of this cloud, whether he or she or they are the owner of the data, or whether the government is the owner of the data. So this is a very important aspect, and you are completely in a fix that who is owning the data when the data has been produced like this, through surveys, through social media apps, through cloud store where it is stored, and the government is also having data sets. So who is owning this data? So cloud storage, it's something virtually it is there, and whenever it comes to cloud storage, there is always a cross-border data transfer will take place. From India, the data will go to some other country. From one state, the data will go to some other state. From one organization, the data will be shared with another organization. So there are jurisdictional complications are there. Huge amount of complications are there. Different countries will be having different laws. Different states will be having different laws. Different institutions have different rules. In India, this kind of this kind of exchange, this will intersect with the data protection laws, with institutional ethics policies are there. So when in this digital world you are using data, that data, it is on the cloud storage, that data is generated by someone else. Now in India, you are sitting here, you are using this data. So what rules have to be followed? So it is a complex question. We have to look into this aspect also. Then when we talk about data explosion, what are the ethical risks that are involved? First of all, the privacy of the individuals that can be breached. Someone who would not like to be tagged in a particular post, they will be tagged, their identities will be revealed, their privacy will not be taken care of, so the privacy will be breached. Re-identification of anonymized data. Some data or some individuals, they would not like to be named, but they would be re-identified when the data are combined. Then one institution is producing the data. Another institution may not have the rights to use this data. For them, it is a secondary data. For me, it is a secondary data. So unauthorized secondary data usage, that is creating problems, that without permission, proper permission, if you are using this data, it becomes an ethical problem. Data commodification. So data that is being generated, that data can just be used as a commodity. It can be sold. For example, a simple example is when you are entering a mall, maybe your photograph is taken, your name you have to write in a register, your phone numbers have to be written. So this data can be commoditized. It can be sold to someone without your permission. So then surveillance research. So you are just you're carrying out some kind of surveillance. That surveillance may be related with the vehicles, that how many vehicles are passing through a particular intersection, and through that you are collecting data. But through the surveillance research, your vehicle numbers, they may be exposed, and through vehicle numbers, you can be tracked. So there are security vulnerabilities are there. Then there is also power imbalance between the data collectors and the subjects. Huge number of issues are there when it comes to data explosion. Okay. So we can say that in digital era, the problem is no longer lack of data. It is responsible stewardship of abundant data. You are having huge amount of data and you have to be very, very responsible when you are using this data. Then another problem nowadays is huge amount. There are a number of AI assisted research tools, and then when you are using this AI assisted research tools, certainly you will be having ethical considerations, because whatever assistance you are getting from AI, that will also breach some of the research ethical standards. Okay. So that needs to be. So what are the considerations here? So for example, you are using AI for literature review. Someone might use it for writing, for coding, for data analysis. So these are the considerations that coding is been done. So simply someone codes from some other website can be copied and given to you. Risk of algorithmic bias. What kind of algorithm is being used for carrying out the analysis? Questions of authorship and accountability. So when you are using AI, who is the author? Who is accountable? That is also one question. Need for transparency in AI usage disclosure. So you have to be very, very transparent, and you have to state that for what work you have used AI in your research. So that transparency should be there. And also you have to disclose that I've used or we have used data AI for doing this particular research or doing this particular analysis. Over reliance may reduce critical thinking and originality. If you rely too much on AI, then your thinking, your critical thinking, it has been compromised. you are not allowed to think critically, and you simply rely on what AI is giving you. And then originality is also lost, because every person has a different perspective to look at a particular analysis. So that originality is lost. Data privacy concerns are there when uploading sensitive data to AI platforms. AI outputs require human verification and validation. So that is also missing here. Institutional guidelines are different for response for different institutions. They have different guidelines for use of AI in research. So that has those considerations are there. So these are only few points. There are a number of other things when you are thinking about AI assisted research. And nowadays, when we talk about writing an outline for a research proposal, most of these outlines, most of the students, they will use AI. But for guidance purpose, AI is fine. But simply copying from AI and putting it as you have produced it, this is very, very unethical. And because nowadays we are also having tools that can detect the text or the analysis that has been carried out by using AI. And therefore nowadays we are having guidelines also from different research agencies that if you are giving up any proposal, it should not be made by using AI. Okay? So AI can assist research, but it cannot assume ethical responsibility. We can use AI, but ethical responsibility, it is for us. Okay, it lasts with us. It is our responsibility that how you are going to use what AI has produced or given to you. Okay. Then another aspect when we talk about digitalization is online publishing and predatory journals. Online publishing is good because your research is immediately made available at the click of the mouse to the world. And but still there are some ethical concerns, particularly with respect to the open access publishing. Okay, so there we see that nowadays there is a rapid growth in the open access journals, open access articles. At the same time, you also have predatory journals with fake or very weak peer review. I mean, these journals will tell they are genuine journals, but either they will say, they claim that there is a good peer review process that has been followed, but that is not true. And these predatory journals will take up very good research carried out by the individuals, and once it is published, you have lost very good research to a very to the public to a predatory journal. And this has happened. This happens with our students also. But once it is published, and you cannot republish it. Then another problem is publish or perish. Okay. That pressure is also increasing, that whatever analysis you have done, you have to publish it. Otherwise, you will perish. Your credibility will be lowered. So these pressures are also there, and therefore the students, the individuals, they will go for quick publishing, and they will fall prey sometimes to the predatory journals. Another problem here is there are certain journals which are having high article processing charges like $2,000, $3,000, or 2,000 euros, 3,000 euros, but some journals are really very good. Some journals they don't have good editorial standards, and they are sometimes they will there are false indexing claims and misleading impact factors are given. Impact factors like, for example, Clarivate Analytics or Analytics, they give impact factor for all these internationally very well-known research journals, and some other predatory agencies are there which will also have their own impact factor. So these are very, very misleading. Lack of transparency in the editorial boards is also there. Then risk of damaging researcher credibility and institutional reputation is there when you are trying to publish, and sometimes you just can't make out whether the journal is a genuine journal or a predatory journal. So when it is published in the predatory journal, the credibility of the individual, the credibility of the institution is also lost. So there is a need to verify journal through trusted databases and guidelines. So you can go to Scopus database, you can go to Web of Science database, whether the journal is included in that. So in their databases, if it is included, then or Science Citation Index database is there, SCIE database is there. Those databases you can use. So not all open access journals are predatory, but all predatory journals they will exploit academic urgency, because you are in so much of urgency in publishing your paper that your paper will get into predatory journal because you are in such a hurry in for publishing. Okay, so then there are data privacy and security risks in digital research. Collection of large volumes of personal data is there. These are sensitive data are there, and see these data, they are collected from you, they are collected from the offices. Risk of data breaches is there, hacking and unauthorized access. Many banks, they sometimes fall prey to unauthorized access or hacking. Data breaches is also there. Sometimes the data can be breached from the institutions, particularly very sensitive data related to the individual names, related to their phone numbers, it may be related to their bank account numbers. In case of research, data related to your analysis, it may be stored on some server, and that can be also, that server can be hacked, and your computer can be hacked. And so these are the risks as far as the digital research and data privacy. Possibility of re-identification, that means the data is of someone else, or someone else would not like the data to be or his name to be identified, or her or the institution's name to be identified, and unknowingly that may be re-identified, particularly when you are handling anonymized data sets. Cross-border data storage and cloud security concerns are there, as well as that the data is being stored somewhere in the virtual server, and number of countries, people from different countries are using this data. Their own countries have their own laws. So these are the security concerns. Secondary use of data without informed consent. You are directly using someone else's data without taking their consent. So this is also a breach of confidentiality. Cyber security vulnerabilities are there in online surveys and digital tools. So whether you are part of the online survey, whether the survey it's a genuine survey or it is being carried out by the hackers, we really don't know. So in the surveys, you are sharing a lot of things. So your name, and particularly if you are visiting some website, they will also have their own rules of how this website will be used. Sometimes you want to do a particular analysis, like for example, you are just want to convert a PDF document to a Word document, and you go to some website. So there you will have to enter your email, and you quickly agree to their privacy policies, and you don't read the whole document because you don't have time. And this data, if your email is shared through email, in your email, whatever data related to you is there, that can be also. And nowadays you are storing your data by buying cloud storage. So that is also another and it is attached to your email. So the data can be hacked from that point. Legal compliance are there, data protection laws are there, ethical responsibility to ensure secure storage and controlled access. Then there are different types of challenges are there. I think I will not go into the details of this. Already it is 2 o'clock, and I will stop here. So I like to again thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to share my little bit of knowledge in this particular field. I think I've taken 20 minutes or more, so I will stop here, and it's already the end of this session. I will not like to take your, so I thank again Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni and the team and the college and the organizing team for inviting me. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhorde sir. It was a nice lecture.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Your deliberation have truly encouraged us to think constructively. You have illuminated the subtle nuances between research and research, making this a deeply insightful session for us all. Thank you once again. Now, let us take a moment to look back at the ground we have covered from the inaugural session to the technical tracks. It has been a marathon of insights. I am now calling upon Professor Suhas Sawant ma'am to present the consolidated conference report. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Respected dignitaries of the conference, research scholars, and my dear colleagues. Good afternoon to one and all present here. The Internal Quality Assurance Cell IQAC of Gokhale Education Societies, Sri Bhavsad Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali West, Mumbai, successfully organized a one-day national multidisciplinary web conference on 4th March 2026. The theme of the conference was Interdisciplinary Innovations in Research Methodology, Understanding a Transforming Society and its Emerging Issues. The conference aimed to bring together academicians, researchers, and scholars from diverse disciplines to deliberate upon innovative research methodologies and their relevance in understanding contemporary issues. The inaugural function and plenary session 1. Sub-theme of this session was knowledge systems and social transformation in the 21st century. The program commenced at 9 a.m. with the society song followed by Isha Stavan, creating a solemn and inspiring atmosphere for the inaugural session. The welcome address was delivered. She warmly welcomed the president of the function, chief guests, dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars, and participants from across the country. In her address, she emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary approaches in research and highlighted the college's commitment to academic excellence and quality initiatives through IQAC. The conference overview was presented by Dr. Mahesh Auti, Vice Principal, who elaborated on the objectives, sub-themes, and structure of the conference. He underlined the need for innovative and collaborative research practices to address emerging societal challenges in the 21st century. The dignitaries were formally introduced by Dr. Mrunal Khobragade, who presented a detailed introduction of Dr. Vijay Gosavi, International Management Consultant Pune, Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Dr. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, and HR Director, Gokhale Education Society, Nasik, President of the function. The keynote address was delivered by Dr. Vijay Gosavi on the sub-theme Knowledge Systems and Social Transformation in the 21st Century. In his insightful and thought-provoking address, Dr. Gosavi highlighted the evolving paradigms of knowledge systems in the digital era. He stressed the importance of integrating traditional knowledge with modern research methodologies and explained how multidisciplinary innovation plays a crucial role in addressing complex socio-economic and technological challenges. Referring to conceptual frameworks such as the spider model, honeybee model, and principles inspired by Stephen Covey, he encouraged researchers to adopt data-driven, ethical, and socially responsive research frameworks. The presidential address was delivered by Dr. Dipti Deshpande, who appreciated the initiative undertaken by IQAC and the organizing committee. She elaborated on the significance of interdisciplinary research and the interdisciplinary approach in education as envisaged in the National Education Policy 2020. She further highlighted the role of technology and advanced research tools in enhancing research quality and academic productivity, emphasizing academic integrity, institutional collaboration, and sustainable development. She motivated participants to engage actively and contribute meaningfully to knowledge creation and societal progress. The session concluded with a heartfelt vote of thanks proposed by Dr. Uttam Pawar, who expressed sincere gratitude to the President, Chief Guest, Organizing Committee, faculty members, technical team, participants, and all stakeholders for their valuable contributions in making the inaugural session a grand success. The inaugural session of the conference was efficiently coordinated by Dr. Sushila Yadav, and the proceedings were documented by Dr. Sachin Pawar as a rapporteur. The inaugural session set a scholarly tone for the conference. We now move towards the second plenary session. Sub-theme of this session was Research Innovations in Teaching and Learning. The session on research innovations in teaching and learning emphasized the strategic integration of research-driven practices to enhance academic quality, pedagogical effectiveness, and learner engagement. The resource person for this session was Professor Dr. Vinayak Joshi. Dr. Vinayak Joshi, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Head, Department of Computer Science, and Professor of Mathematics at Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. He delivered an insightful session on research innovations in teaching and learning. He encouraged learners to be curious, not confused, using analogies like the bullock cart and the moving wheelchair to illustrate that innovation is about relevance and purpose, not speed or technology alone. Drawing from mathematics, he highlighted the value of questioning problem validity, assumptions, and underlying concepts. Citing George Polya on demonstrative and plausible reasoning. Inspired by the Socrates methods, he advocated inquiry-based, problem-centered instruction that fosters critical thinking, creative reasoning, and sustainable academic excellence. The coordinator for the session was Mrs. Sailaja Rao, and the session was very efficiently coordinated, ensuring its smooth and systematic conduct. Rapporteur was Ms. Aishwarya Potpur. Vote of thanks for this session was delivered by Professor Nitin Sawant. We now move toward the third session, which was also the paper presentation session. First paper was presented by Assistant Professor Bhuvneshwari Gaidhani, HPT Arts and Science College, entitled Geomorphological and Hydraulic Perspectives on Flooding in the Vaitarna River, Observations from File Narsing. The paper focused on hydraulics and hydrodynamics in the Vaitarna area. The second presenter was Ms. Sujata Farod on active tectonic assessment of the Vaitarna Basin, Western India, insights from seismic data and geomorphic indices. A highly technical paper with quantitative data, the study is an attempt to assess the relationship between tectonic and basin morphology on the region, and the study is useful in identifying tectonic regions. The next paper, entitled The Right to Breathe, Environmental Pollution and the Limits of Human Rights Protection in India. It was presented by Ms. Anjali Jha, Assistant Professor of Political Science, SBVC College, Borivali. The paper is an inquiry into the coefficient of environmental rights and human rights. The paper takes off with the landmark Supreme Court judgment, which for the first time recognized the right to be free from environmental degradation as a constitutional fundamental article under Article 21. The paper examines the reason why the right has not become a reality and concludes that it is essential to confront the structural breakdown in policy. The last paper was presented by Dr. Uttam Pawar, Associate Professor, Department of Geography, Sri Bhausaheb Vartak Arts, Forms and Science College, Borivali, on statistical analysis of rainfall characteristics of the Narmada Basin, Central India. The paper compared rainfall characteristics at selected stations in the Narmada Basin to study the relationship between annual rainfall and occurrences of flood in the area. The paper concluded that floods have occurred during the years of above average rainfall annually. The presenters fielded the questions asked by Dr. Chakradev very well. The chairperson, Dr. Chakradev, in his concluding remarks, advised the presenters to focus on the data analysis and its utility for the society. Bibliography and references should be mentioned. He emphasized that the future will not belong to specialists, but interdisciplinary perspectives. So the paper should be viewed from different fields, making it truly interdisciplinary. Mrs. Kavita Dangle meticulously coordinated this session, and Ms. Bini Rajan was a rapporteur. The session ended with a vote of thanks by Professor Manoj Sawan, sir, from the Department of Commerce, Sri Bhausaheb Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali. We now move to the fourth plenary cum valedictory session. The sub-theme of this session was research ethics in the age of digitalization. The session began with a welcome speech. Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, the principal of the college, warmly welcomed the keynote speaker and dignitaries for the session. In her address, she emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary approaches. Dr. Kulkarni also emphasized the importance of Vedas in management. She also extended her gratitude towards office bearers of the Gokhale Education Society. Mrs. Priyanka Auti formally introduced the guests for the session, mentioning in detail their academic contributions. Chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Amit Dorde, Professor and Head Department of Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, emphasized on research ethics is significant for academic world. Professor Dorde mentioned in his address that in 2023 alone, 10,000 papers were retracted. He also placed importance on accountability, data privacy, reliability, AI-assisted research, and ethical issues in academic research. Presidential address for this session will be delivered by Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society, Nasik. The session coordinator was Dr. Pramod Dengle, and the proceedings were documented by Ms. Ujwala Ambekar as the reporter. The formal vote of thanks will be delivered by Mrs. Rupal Sheth. I express my gratitude towards Principal Dr. Kulkarni and Vice Principal Dr. Auti for giving me the opportunity to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that meticulous and comprehensive summary of our day's deliberations. Compiling such a vast array of insights in so short a time is indeed commendable. Now, to bring this scholarly gathering to a synthesis, I invite our president for this session, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, ma'am, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society, to deliver the presidential address to us. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. Distinguished chief guest of this valedictory function, Professor Dr. Amit Dhorde, Professor and Head Department of Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, respected dignitaries, eminent scholars, Principal Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, members of the organizing committee, research delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your sweet introduction. This conference is organized by the Gokhale Education Society's Sri Bhausai Vartak College, Borivali, Mumbai. The Gokhale Education Society has 108 years rich legacy, and today it has more than 140 units spread over Maharashtra. Out of these 140 units, 21 units are senior colleges. Gokhale Education Society has all along emphasized holistic and interdisciplinary approach for overall personality development of the student. This expansion and diversification of Gokhale Education Society was by an international educationist, Maharishi Dr. M.S. Gosavi, former Secretary and Director General of the Society, and Principal S.B. Pandit, then President of Gokhale Education Society. I express my gratitude to Dr. M.S. Gosavi and Principal S.B. Pandit. Today, under the effective leadership of Honorable Dr. Dipti Deshpande Madam, the Secretary, HR Director of Gokhale Education Society, and Honorable Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President of Society, the Gokhale Education Society is progressively flourishing. as far as the Gokhale Education Society's Bivartak College, Borivali, is concerned, one of the unique features of our college is to organize a national or international conference every year. I'm happy that college has organized this national web conference this year. It gives me immense pleasure to address this August gathering at valedictory session of one-day national web conference on a very relevant theme, interdisciplinary innovation in research methodology, understanding a transforming society and its emerging issues. In a dynamic environment, the research cannot remain static. As Albert Einstein wisely observed, we cannot solve our problem with the same thinking as we used when we created them. This statement, I think, captures the essence of our conference theme. If society is transferring, our methodologies must transform too. Over the past session of this conference, we have witnessed intellectually stimulating deliberations. I will not repeat it again, as Professor Suhas Sawant has already presented the report of the past session. The present session, chief guest, Professor Amit Dhorde, head of the Department of Geography, Pune University, enrich us on different aspects of sub-theme research ethics in the age of digitalization. Actually, the digitalization has transformed how research is conducted by applying, as he rightly mentioned, big data analysis and AI-driven tools, AI-driven studies, to online surveys and social media mining. While these innovations expand possibilities, they also raise complex ethical challenges, which is very nicely elaborated by our chief guest. Research ethics in digital age is not just about following our foundational guidelines. It requires rethinking core principles in the world of AI, big data, and global connectivity. That's why I feel the conference like this, that is academic exercise, academic dialogue, is very relevant and of great significance. Friends, we are living in time of unprecedented transformation. See rapid technological advancement, shifting socio-economic structure, environmental changes, globalization, digitalization, artificial intelligence, public health crisis, and evolving cultural identities. All these factors are reshaping the very fabric of our society. These transformation demand not merely observation, but deep, systematic, and interdisciplinary research approach. The central theme of this conference is both timely and significant. Traditional disciplinary boundaries, while foundational, are no longer sufficient to address the complexity of contemporary issues. This complexity of contemporary issue demands interdisciplinary engagement. For example, climate change is not only an environmental issue, it is economic, political, social, and cultural. Then artificial intelligence is not merely technological issue. It raises question of law, psychology, and ethical morality. Public health intersects with sociology, governance, and data science. In this context, disciplinary laws limit understanding, whereas interdisciplinary collaboration expands it, which is emphasized in NEP 2020 with national objective, national vision, Vikasit Bharat. As C.P. Snow highlighted in his famous discourse on two culture, the divide between science and humanities weakens intellectual progress. So today, more than ever, we must breach this divide. Thus, innovation occurs at the interactions where perspective meets and methodologies merge, which is also stressed by our keynote speaker in first plenary session. The discussion during this conference have emphasized methodological pluralism, digital analytics, community-based research, policy-oriented framework. Such innovations strengthen both the depth and applicability of the research. It is worth recalling the word of Lenin, who said, "There is nothing so practical as good theory." Research methodology is not merely a technological tool. It shapes how we conceptualize theoretical foundation, combined with innovative methods that enable the research socially relevant, applicable, and transformative. The interdisciplinary research contributes to this expansion by broadening perspective and fostering inclusive knowledge systems. I'm happy by the active participation of young academicians. As APJ Abdul Kalam once said, dream, 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 dream transform into thoughts, and thoughts result in action. The innovative ideas presented here today may well become tomorrow's transformative research project and policy intervention. This valedictory function does not mark the end of intellectual engagement. Rather, it signals the beginning of continued collaboration. Let the networks form here grow stronger. Let interdisciplinary partnership flourish. Let innovation in research methodology become a sustained academic commitment. As we conclude this conference, we reflect not only on the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, rapid digital transformation, reshaping research, but also on our shared responsibility to guide, to lead it ethically and inclusively. For India to become a global leader in digital innovation, we must also become a global benchmark in ethical research governance. A Vikasit Bharat is not merely digital advance, it is digitally just. Let us commit today to building research ecosystems that are interdisciplinary, innovative, yet human, ambitious, yet accountable, global in outlook, yet grounded in constitutional values. Last but not least, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the conference secretary, Principal Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, convener and Vice Principal Dr. Mahesh Autti, IQSC and Conference Coordinator Dr. Suchila Yadav, Joint Coordinator Dr. Mronal Khobragade, Co-Convener Dr. Uttam Pawar, the entire organizing committee, members, the keynote speakers, session chairs, paper presenters, and all the participants who made this conference a grand success. With optimism for future collaboration and confidence in our collective intellectual potential, I formally declare this national conference is really a successful and a fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for providing us with such an intellectual compass of knowledge and wisdom. Your words always serve as a catalyst for our academic growth. Once again, thank you, ma'am. Now, as the saying goes, gratitude is the inward feeling of kindness received. To conclude our formal proceedings, I invite Mrs. Urpal Seth to propose the vote of thanks to everyone who made this interdisciplinary exchange possible. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. President of this valedictory session, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, Chairperson Gokhale Education Society, Nasik, Journal Secretary, Mumbai Zone, and our ex-principal. Chief guest and resource person of this session, Dr. Amit Dode, HOD of Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Conference Secretary and our principal, Dr. Mrs. Manjusha Kulkarni, Convener of the conference and Vice Principal, Dr. Mahesh Autti, IQSC and Conference Coordinator, Dr. Sushila Yadav, Coordinator of College and Joint Coordinator of Conference, Dr. Mronal Khobragade, sir, Co-Convener, Dr. Uttam Pawar, sir, members of Organizing Committee, learned delegate, researchers, participants, and my dear colleagues. Very good afternoon to all. It is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this valedictory session of one-day National Web Conference on Interdisciplinary Innovations in Research Methodology, Understanding a Transforming Society and its Emerging Issues. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected President, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, Chairperson Gokhale Education Society, Nashik, for gracing this session with her presence and for her inspiring presidential address. Ma'am, you motivated us by quoting the famous saying that we cannot solve problems with the same thinking. You encourage all to uphold the quality and ethics in academic research by reshaping the research practices in this digital era. Thank you, ma'am. I convey my deep appreciation to our honorable chief guest, resource person, Professor Dr. Amit Dode, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, for accepting our invitation and sparing his time. Sir, thank you for enlightening, thought-provoking address on research ethics in age of digitization. Sir, your valuable insights into ethical research practices and consideration, as well as issues and concerns related to data explosion and use of AI tools in today's digital era have enriched us all. I extend my sincere thanks to our respected principal, Professor Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, for warm welcome address and for her dynamic leadership and constant encouragement in promoting a strong research culture in our organization. Thank you, ma'am. I express my appreciation to Mrs. Priyanka Autti for graceful introduction of our esteemed guests and also to Ms. Suhas Samant for presenting the comprehensive report of the conference, highlighting the key academic discussion of the day. Thank you. I thank the coordinator of this valedictory session, Dr. Pramod Dengle sir, for ensuring the smooth conduct of this session. And I also thank our reporter, Miss Ujwala Ambekar. My sincere thanks to all the president and chief guests and resource person of all the previous sessions, keynote speakers, paper presenters, whose scholarly contribution added the depth and substance to this conference. I will also extend gratitude to all the participants who joined us virtually and made this conference a meaningful academic gathering. I extend heartfelt thanks to our organizing committee members, technical support team, and volunteers whose coordinated efforts ensured the successful conduct of this National Web Conference and made it a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, everyone. Over to Dr. Pramod Dengle, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we officially conclude the valedictory session of this one-day web conference. May the innovation discussed today spark the research breakthrough of tomorrow. We wish you all a safe and productive journey ahead in your academic endeavors. Good afternoon and namaskar to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dhorde sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well
Thank you,
done.
madam.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dhorde sir. Thank you, everybody.
Sir, should we close the Zoom meet now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.